I'm doing the whole thing. I am.
Hey, give him hell.
Baby, let me show you who the real is. Baby, let me show you what you're missing. We ain't gotta tell them what the business. Keep it 2020 like a vision. And if them bitches hate, tell them push it. Cause you already know what's the mission. And like you, a soldier, I want attention. Baby, sit back and just listen. You got Wi-Fi, but I'm his wifey. Make him pop a bang like an IV. And I ain't no clown, so please don't try me. And if you try to try me, you gon' die me. Niggas in my past try to doubt me. But nigga in my cat, come on, it's guilty. And everywhere I go, bitch, it's a party. And bitch, I'm ballin' like I'm James Harden. These niggas stay at the same. Bitches be fucking for fame. Try to compare me to a lame. That shit right there is a shame. Singing this shit out of pain. FOMF, that's the game. Only real bitches can hang. But if you ain't gang, you can't hang. I was insecure and then I turned into a model. I know I don't drink, but you can pump me to the bottles. Keep my feet up on the gas, I'm going full throttle. And I be second chest like I'm playing spin the bottle. Bitches be hating, that's what's the real problem. Me and you be ganging like we Batman and Robin. I always keep my money green, you call me Green Goblin. If it ain't about the money, then nigga, you can holler. Let me show you who the real is. Baby, let me show you what you're missing. We ain't gotta tell them what the business. Keep it 2020 like a vision. And if them bitches hate, tell them push it. Cause you already know what's the mission. And like you, a soldier, I want attention. Baby, sit back and just listen. Baby, let me show you who the real is. Baby, let me show you what you're missing. We ain't gotta tell them what the business. Keep it 2020 like a vision. And if them bitches hate, tell them push it. Cause you already know what's the mission. And like you, a soldier, I want attention. Baby, sit back and just listen. Baby, sit back and just listen. Baby, sit back and just listen. And you already know the business. FM, the game, we doing business.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hold on, thugs and thuggets. Woo! What's up, thugs and thuggets? Thugs and thuggets. What's up, baby? Y'all already know it's your girl, lovely Angela, the biggest. What's going on? Word around town. Somebody got ran down, slumped over by 18. Nah. We ain't doing that. Happy Friday. I hope everyone had a great week and is enjoying their Friday. We ain't gonna take too much time tonight. And every time I say that, I take all the damn time in the world. But I don't even want to play though. I don't even want to play. I just want to jump right on up into it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Let's get into it.
So Nolan is and was an incredible soul. He was the person who, no matter where you were in life, what was going on, he was going to be your biggest cheerleader. And I can attest to that because after COVID, my sister was like, oh, you should do social media. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to do social media. I like to just watch others. And then Nolan was like, no, Mom, you should do it. I'll help you with the videos. I got you. And, just anytime I was like, oh, I just really don't want to do this anymore. Nolan was like, no, Mama, you haven't posted today. And I'm like, I don't want to post. I'm tired.
Yeah.
But, that's the kind of person he was. He was God-fearing, God-loving. That boy had faith beyond measure. He was just a bright light. And he was our bright light. As far as that day goes, went to work. And
now it's been all this talk, jibber jabber, hooper holler about Officer House nigga talking about Christine been lying. Christine said this, Christine said that. Well, this ain't what happened and that what happened. Why Christine ain't did. Now y'all finna hear it from, for the better lack of term, the horse's mouth on what happened July 4th, 2026.
He was making salmon. So he was FaceTiming me as I'm trying to see patients kind of in between, of course, not answering the phone in the room. And he's like, hey, Mama, how does this look? Is this enough season? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? And I was like, okay. I was like, you don't have to do that. And he's like, no, I'm going to take care of it. I was like, okay, sure. And so he finishes cooking, get home. He's like, yeah, what you know about this? And he was, guys, when I tell you, he loved to joke. Like, he was just one of those people. He wanted everyone around him to smile, be happy, feel comfortable and accepted. And that is the kind of person God made him. Us as parents, we definitely had that influence, but Nolan was just naturally a peacemaker.
Yeah.
And so yeah, after that, it was, 8, and then he got ready to go. He did his normal hugged us up. I love you, Mom. I was like, be safe, knowing this was going to be his last weekend before going back to school, because football was starting, the summer training was starting. And this was his second year at Southwest. And so we knew this was going to be a big year for him. Dad and him had been training and doing all these things and really just kind of sitting with him and letting him know, like, hey, we're going to the next stage in your life as well as, your football career. So the focus was there and he was ready.
So he leaves that day.
He leaves that day with, he drives his car, and he told us kind of a general, like, hey, we're going to go to the island. Like, we knew that, staying at Jack's house. And Jack's was a friend I think we've met in passing before. And that's the thing, I always say there's a difference in meeting someone, knowing of someone, and then knowing someone. Knowing implies that we've sat down, we've had discussions about your hopes, your dreams, knowing you, okay, hey, he stayed the night at my house, which Wyatt, one of his friends, he had stayed at our house a couple of times. And then Jack's, again, that was one I just maybe saw in passing a few times. There was only a handful of young men that we actually knew, like, he grew up with. And when I say grew up, I'm saying from like first grade, they've known each other all through high school now that they're graduated. And that would be like Jalen and Javon, LeBaron. Those are kids that we knew. So it's been hard seeing all this kind of play out.
Yeah.
And, these are people that he considered friends.
Yes. Dad, I want to ask you, because it was Warren Hudson, one of the people that he traveled with, who called to alert you all that.
Now, I'm a parent. And I have a very bad habit of telling my children, that ain't your friend. Mom, come speak to my friend. Stop calling everybody your friend. That is not your friend. Mom, my friend car parked outside. We finna go whoop the whoop. Okay. You riding in your car? Yes, ma'am. Okay. I know what car my child is going to be in. So the car that's parked outside of my house is just for, I want to say, security purposes. I'm not watching the car or guarding the car, but if I come outside, I'm not going to be alarmed that there's a car outside of my house, because my children have already let me know that one of their associates has left their vehicle outside of my house. So for them to constantly get on the internet and talk about, well, she said she don't know me. Well, that's my friend. That's my friend. Look, parents don't think the way children do. It just is what it is. Parents don't think the way children do. Like she said, a friend is somebody knee high to the curb, all the way up to the top of the tree. So trying to discredit this grieving mother because your feelings are hurt, because you want to be labeled as a friend, that's a red flag.
Nolan was missing.
Yes.
So we know at 5:44, the boat returned.
LeBaron, those are kids that we knew. So it's been hard seeing all this kind of play out.
Yeah.
And, these are people that he considered friends.
Yes. Dad, I want to ask you, because it was Warren Hudson, one of the people that he traveled with, who called to alert you all that Nolan was missing.
Yes.
So we know at 5:44, the boat returns, Nolan is not there. At 11 p.m., he calls to say Nolan is missing. I wonder if either of you, whoever wants to answer, what happened in those few hours that prompted Warren to be concerned?
I'm not quite sure what would prompt him to be concerned, but all I can say is what I did that day. So me and my sister, we made an order of pancit, which is a Filipino noodle dish for one of our friends. They were having a big family get together, and we really didn't have anything planned for the 4th. So me and my sister are, cleaning up, and this is about 8. And she's like, hey, no one hasn't texted us. And that was the thing. No one was really big with communication with us, right? And so I call him, doesn't answer. I end the call. Call back, and this is probably, I think, maybe around 8. Don't quote me on the times, guys. So then I call again later around 8, still no answer. And then I want to say I called one more time, and I think that was at like 10:48. So I'm in the kitchen, my phone rings. Now this is probably like early 11 o'clock, somewhere around there. Phone rings when I make it back to the phone, and I'm like, whose number is this? Because, you know, we get weird phone calls sometimes. They didn't leave a message. Number pops back up. I pick up the phone because it says maybe Warren. And I'm like,
Now, Warren said that when he called Miss Christine, she was kind of rude, hung up the phone in his face. He really didn't hold it to her because she was sleeping and she didn't know who it was. Well, Miss Christine said she was wide awake cleaning up her kitchen and shit. 2, she's called Nolan a couple of times. The last time she calls Nolan is around 10:48, and around 11, Warren calls her. So you've had Nolan's phone in your possession all this time. His mom has been calling. And after the last phone call that his mom makes that goes unanswered, roughly about 10 minutes later, you decide to want to call his mom. It's not making sense, but let's continue.
Warren. So this is 11:06, maybe Warren. And I'm like, Warren. So this is 11:07. That's per my cell phone records. So I answered the phone. He's like, hey, Miss Christine, have you seen or talked to Nolan? I said, no. Why? He should be with you guys.
You know she ain't seen or talked to Nolan because you sitting up there watching her call his phone.
And he said, oh, no, well, you know, why? He should be with you guys. And he said, oh, no, well, you know, when we went to the island, there was a girl named Katie that he met, and he had decided to stay behind. And I said, what? Because we know our child. And Nolan isn't one to be like, oh, well, I'm just going to throw caution to the wind, and I'm going to stay here with this girl that I just met. So I'm on the phone with him. Now I'm in a panic. I'm running to my room. Elmore was in bed watching a different movie, and I'm like frantic. He's like, what's going on? I'm like, Nolan is missing. I'm trying to pull up the GPS as I'm talking to him. And at some point he tells me that, I was like, well, you know, his phone says GPS Life 360, not Snapchat.
Right.
Life 360 says that he's on land. And he was like, well, no, I mean, you know, well, we have his phone.
You going on this whole goddamn press run, telling motherfuckers that I'm the one that called her. I told her that we had Nolan's phone. I told her that Nolan left his phone. I told her. The correct thing to have done, if that is true. Hey, Miss Christine, how you doing? This is Warren. When we left the island earlier today, Nolan decided that he wanted to stay back with a young lady that he had met, and he left his phone on the boat, and we haven't heard from him. So I was calling to see had you heard from him. His mom should not have to check her Life 360 and say that his phone is showing that he's on land for you to be like, oh, well, we have his phone. So you know his phone is in your possession, which leads me to believe that you saw her when she just called at 10:48.
And I mean, you know, well, we have his phone. And I'm like, wait, what? And I'm like, okay. Because at that point, you're telling me, this is coming from Warren, don't worry about it. We're going to find him. It's going to be okay. Don't tell me not to worry. This is
Who the fuck are you, you little piss ant? You little fucking piss ant. Who the fuck are you to tell this lady, don't worry about her son? If you were that concerned, you would have went through all drastic measures and eliminated every possible scenario before you called her. So you don't call this woman and tell her that her son stayed back on an island with a mysterious young lady. He left his phone. Oh, but don't worry about it. We're going to find him. The fuck? Who are you?
is my child. Find him. It's going to be okay. Don't tell me not to worry. This is my child, my flesh and blood that I brought into this world. And you're telling me not to worry. Absolutely not. So then it was after the phone call ended, of course, asking him for information. What was he wearing? He was like, last seen, Northwest tip, black shorts, sunglasses. That's important. So
I don't know. It has always kind of stuck out to me how their description was so precise, but yet so wrong. West tip, black shorts, sunglasses.
I end up calling. That's important. So I end up calling DMR, spoke with the DMR. She took all
Just for our audience, DMR.
So DMR is because he went missing on the island. They are basically the marine people, right? They're the ones who's going to launch the boats to go into the water and all that. But before getting off the phone with Warren, he was like, hey, I know some people at Coast Guard.
You know some people at Coast Guard. You know some people at Coast Guard, and it seemed like white folks knew some people at CETO. So by the time the CETO operator gets to the captain has already spoken to Wyatt's grandfather. And when you call to tell his mom that he's missing, oh, I know somebody in the Coast Guard. So why were you guys so hesitant when the CETO operator asked, did y'all want her to send the Coast Guard?
I said, okay. He's like, I'm going to call Coast Guard. You call DMR. Get on the phone with DMR. I give the young lady the information. And she tells me, hey, you know, I got this. Let me call you back. Because she was like, I'm not sure if this is going to be in our jury.
God damn, that cameraman got Parkinson's or something, don't it? This motherfucker shaking harder than a little jump to a goddamn Big Boogie song. What the hell? Be still.
You know, I got this. Let me call you back. Because she was like, I'm not sure if this is going to be in our jurisdiction, essentially. So then she calls back and she tells me, okay, yeah, you know, we spoke with Coast Guard. And I'm like, okay, but they're like, this isn't our jurisdiction. You have to contact the city of Ocean Springs.
Okay. Why wasn't that? Oh, hey, so we spoke with Coast Guard and they let us know that one of his friends is also called. And unfortunately, you know, it's out of our jurisdiction, but we're going to do everything we can to help you. Have you tried contacting Whoop de Woo? She done talked to you. You done got off the phone with her. You done checked whatever it is that you needed to check, and you done returned her call. So that's ample enough amount of time for Warren to have called his Coast Guard Connect. Somebody tell me when I'm tripping, please.
Our jurisdiction, You have to contact the city of Ocean Springs. I said, okay, hang up the phone, call in Ocean Springs Police Department. They say, hey, you have to physically come down and give a report. I said, okay. So on our way, because we don't live that far from the police station, on our way there, I was like, well, let me stop by the hospital, because there's a hospital that's maybe 5 minutes up the road from our house. Stop by there. I'm like, hey, have you guys seen this kid? Has he been brought in? The lady's like, no, ma'am. You know, we hadn't. I said, okay, thank you. Run out. We go to the police department, get to the police station. And the officer basically says, again, this is out of our jurisdiction. And at that point, I'm like,
and people wonder why this lady took the route that she took. She call y'all and y'all tell her she got to do it in person. Then when she get there in person, oh, it's out of your jurisdiction. Of course, I'm going to feel like you're fucking playing with me about my kid. Absolutely.
this is out of our jurisdiction. And at that point, I'm like, my God, who am I supposed to talk to? Who is supposed to help me with this? So then he said, it's going to be, you would have to call DMR. I was like, we've already called DMR. DMR said it's not in their jurisdiction. So we end up, I think at some point I had called Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Yeah. So she calls back and she's like, hey, are you there? I said, yes, we're here, but he's telling us the same thing you guys told us, which is no, we can't take it. She gets on the phone with a police officer. Now this is Jackson County Sheriff's Department speaking with the Ocean Springs Police Department. Ocean Springs Police Department is saying, this is why we can't take this information. She says, okay. He gives me the phone back and she's like, okay, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take the information. And that was, we met an officer. It was after midnight. Right. Yeah, it was somewhere after midnight. Met him in the McDonald's parking lot, gave him the information. He was just like, okay, thanks. That I was like, like, where is the urgency? Mm-hmm. And so as far as we know, there were no boats on the water that night. We actually, his high school football coach, Coach Bramlett, texted Elmore that morning. He said, hey man, I got a boat. Because again, we don't have boats. Let me make that very clear. We do not have a boat. We're not boating people. We don't do water like that. Okay. So Coach Bramlett's like, hey, I got to, it's the urgency. Mm-hmm. And so as far as we know, there were no boats on the water that night. As far as we know, there were no boats on the water that night. As far as we know, there were no boats on the water that night. As far as we know, there were no boats on the water that night.
Here I go talking with my mic muted again. Didn't the usual suspects say that they knew people that stayed out there all night long? Oh, I reckon.
We actually, there were no boats on the water that night. We actually, his high school football coach, Coach Bramlett, texted Elmore that morning. He said, hey man, I got a boat. Because again, we don't have boats. Let me make that very clear. We do not have a boat. We're not boating people. We don't do water like that. Okay. So Coach Bramlett's like, hey, I got a boat. So we was like, great, let's go. We're on the water. We go out there. We walk the island. Cell phone works perfectly fine. I actually had almost an entire conversation with my grandmother who was in a panic as we're walking this island looking for anything.
I just want to pause there. The cell phone worked fine because in the reporting, there's been so much reporting that there's poor cell phone reception. And this is some of the disputes that we have about that night. Dad, feel free to jump in here because they're saying he met this young lady, Katie, and that he stayed back. According to the reporting, Katie is saying no. He said he was going to go with his friends. According to the reporting, the friends say no, he left us his phone because there was no reception. That have you found any consistencies? Have you spoken directly with any of his friends?
Well, the first inconsistency was you called me and tell me my son stayed on the island to talk to a girl. My son would never do that. That's not in his character. I didn't raise none of my kids to do that. The second thing is you say he doesn't have his phone. He doesn't leave his phone. I would wake up sometimes in the morning and Nolan would have his phone here right in my face. And I'm waking up cussing and fussing like, boy, you don't get the camera on my face. And he just laughing and giggling and stuff like that. So it's twice. To me, there's two lies that he told me as a father. Like I said, we went on the island. And actually a classmate of mine called me that morning as we were going out to the island with Nolan's coach. He's like 40 miles away. He calls and, hey man, I got the boat. Me and my boys, we're gonna go out there and help you look. I didn't call him, he called me. And we're gonna start on this end. I said, well, we're probably gonna start on the other end. So me, my wife, Coach Bramley, and a high school classmate of mine were the only, we were the first ones out there looking. Like I said, we docked the boat, got out the boat, walked on the island. She had a whole conversation with her grandmother on the island, got back on the boat, went back around the island. I guess that would be the north side, facing the Gulf of Mexico. I get another phone call. So my phone worked fine. So this whole thing about not having phone service, I don't know. I don't know if it's the carrier or what, but ours worked fine. I think that was around maybe 8 o'clock.
Yeah, because we finished up around.
Who was it? Jackson County or the
Jackson County Sheriff
finally showed up.
Yeah.
A couple of boats, they finally showed up. By that time, I was like, he's not out here. I was more focused that he was at someone's house.
That man said 8 o'clock, which leads me to believe these people being out, these parents and friends have been out all night searching and looking. And the police did not attempt to make an effort until 8 a.m. I'm still not understanding why people don't understand why they took the measures that they took.
I was more focused that he was at someone's house.
That was the
So that's where my hopes and feelings were. So we left. The county stayed out there. My friend, he stayed out there because he called. He was like, well, we're gonna stay out here a little bit longer. I said, okay, I appreciate it. So we leave. Then I would say maybe a couple hours later, my friend calls me back. And he said, well, we're gonna give it and go. But he said, look, I can gas the boat back up. And if you want to go back out there, we can go back out there. I said, I don't want to go back out to the island. I have a feeling that he's not there. And I don't want to go back to the island. So he said, he said, well, if you do, we can go right now. I said, don't worry about it. I appreciate you coming out there. But he said at that time that helicopters were out there, more Coast Guard, more people were out there. So we get back on land. And as far as the keys, was it that night? Or was it?
that was that night.
That was the night the call. Okay, let me back up.
early.
As far as getting the car back, after we gave our report to Jackson County, the sheriff department that night, we were trying to figure out who to get a report to. We had a friend in the family that located his phone. We wasn't there to get the phone, but apparently there was some kind of friction with getting his phone.
Yeah.
We don't
and it
know
was
what the friction
so
was.
the phone and the key were at the same location, which was Jack's house.
Okay.
And again, all of these kids share their locations on Snapchat. And so she was like, hey, I can go pick his phone up, not thinking that his car is there, which she stopped everything she was doing. Her and the boys, they went out. Like, we were all.
Which leads me to believe only thing that was on their mind was their kid, their son. They weren't thinking about the phone. But you have a friend that's willing to help, whose child also shares Snapchat locations that's in the area that, hey, well, I can take this off of your plate for you. They're making it seem like they just sent somebody over there. Hurry up, go get his phone, go get his phone, go get his phone. No, it was offered.
Which she stopped everything she was doing. Her and the boys, they went out. Like, we were all out searching for him that night. And yeah, like Elmore was saying, there was an issue, some type of friction. The cops ended up coming and they left. And so then kind of the same thing when we came to pick up the key, Elmore went up there asking for the key, didn't know where the key was. And all of a sudden we know where the key is.
But see, hold on. But see, this is another thing that bothered me too. When we got to the house, it was some of his other friends were there, and they were, beating on the door like, "What Nolan there? What Nolan there?" Beating on the door trying to get in the house.
Didn't say they brought anybody with them. He said when he got there, some of Nolan's other friends were already there. But yet, y'all get up here with Officer House, nigga. And y'all want to say they brought all these people to your house.
They were, beating on the door like, "What Nolan there? What Nolan there?" Beating on the door trying to get in the house. So I walk up to the door and I'm calming them down. Because for one, okay, you're loud. Two, you're in these people's house. So if you tear these people's house up, that's gonna be a whole nother issue. I don't want y'all bothering it. And three, I need you guys to calm down. And I need them to kind of trust me as being the adult so I can get something out of them. So I get them out the house. And then Jax finally comes down the stairs, I guess, in the room. Hair all messed up like he just woke up, whatever. I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. His car's outside. I need to get his car and all his personal effects that may be left over here. And he goes, "Oh man, Nolan was like my brother." I said, "Nolan was like my brother." And he goes, "Oh man, Nolan was like my brother." I said, "Nolan was real." And he goes, "Oh man, Nolan was like my brother." I said, "Nolan was like my."
The first thing you say to his father is, "Nolan was like my brother." You don't say, "Have you guys heard anything? Is there any information? Is there anything we can do? How can we help?" Now, keep in mind, Elmore just backtracked and said that this was the night of. So Nolan is still missing at this point. So why are you saying that Nolan was like a brother to you? Right? Two things can be true. Why are you referencing him in the past tense? And why is that the first thing you say to his father? Why isn't the first thing that comes out of your mouth is everything okay? Did you find him? Is there anything we can do? How can we help? Why is it the first thing that comes out of your mouth? You're referencing him in the past tense.
And he goes, "Oh man, Nolan was like my brother." I said, "Nolan was like my brother." I said, "Well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go and get everything of his so I can get his car, I can go home." So he walks off. 2 or 3 minutes later, he come back. I don't see the keys. Okay. So I leave out the house, go back outside, stand by the car. During that time, one of the guys that was in the house one of the other friends, he was on the phone with a girl who was apparently there with them earlier that day. And she was telling him that his keys was on top of the Xbox in his room.
So somebody else knows exactly where Nolan's keys are? It's all speculation, right? None of us knows what happens. All we can do is guesstimate. So my guesstimation for this would be somewhere along the lines of maybe she was the one who was told to go and put his stuff up, because why do you call this girl and this girl tells you exactly the location of his keys?
Telling him that his keys was on top of the Xbox in his room. So he goes back up to the door by himself, and we're still out by the car. And lo and behold, here comes the keys. So now to me, you lied to me 3 times. I don't believe nothing that you tell me from here on out.
And this is Jack.
And you got absolutely every freaking right not to believe a single word that is coming out of their mouths.
This is Jack's.
And eventually he does give you the keys.
Yeah, eventually give
But
me
there
the
was
keys.
friction getting the keys.
Yes. So for one, you tell me my son is on left, still on the island with a girl. 2, you have his phone. And 3, you don't give me the keys when I ask. I don't know any father who would believe, just if one of my friends did that. I'm gonna be cordial with you, but I'm gonna watch you. And
Ben, I want to ask you, because I'm hearing these 2 parents who essentially had to become search and rescue or law enforcement, looking for their own child with such a lack of urgency on behalf of law enforcement. Obviously, we're talking to Black journalists. We can't ignore the ugly racial history of Mississippi. I looked into the demographics of the Jackson County Sheriff Department. It's quite asymmetrical, but also just the general attitude and the lack of value when it comes to Black life. Does this sound like a normal process for when an 18-year-old goes missing to you? What holes have you seen in your
No, this ain't a normal
looking at this
process.
case?
Tiffany, that was the question that Christine and Elmore had when they first called us. They wanted the truth of what happened to their 18-year-old son, Nolan Wells. And they had concerns whether they were going to get a fair and impartial investigation. And from that day to this one, it has been the same objective: to have truth, transparency, and find out what happened to Nolan. They said, we want a thorough investigation, because when they found Nolan, they expressed to me that the sheriff had already said no foul play. And they was like, no, my son, he knows how to swim. Our son is a college athlete. Our son is in.
So what it sounds like to me is they exhausted all hope. They did everything that they could do within their control to try to find their son before they contacted Mr. Crump. It's what it sounds like to me.
Great to swim. And they was like, no, my son, he knows how to swim. Our son is a college athlete. Our son is in great shape. We don't believe that he just.
Now, let me say this. I will say this. You can be the perfect swimmer. You can be, what's his name? Michael Phelps. I think that's the right person. Doesn't mean you know how to swim in ocean waters. That's a different type of water. That's a different type of atmosphere. But I can understand as a parent, my son is an A+ swimmer. So if he drowned on this island, I would like to think with my son being an A1 swimmer, that he gave it all he had. He fought against the tides, the currents, the rip current, whatever. But we have to be realistic when we're discussing and covering these type of situations. It's not the same water as a swimming pool. It's just not. It's not the same element. It's not the same water. It's not the same atmosphere. It's not. But again, as a parent, I understand.
Just drowned and nobody knows nothing. Nobody saw nothing. I mean, there are about 300, 400 people on the island. And so that's what they were saying. We want to know what happened. We want truth. We want transparency. We don't want his death to be swept under the rug.
Well, just so to make sure the audience and the people watching at home know, so they did declare very quickly, as you're noting, that he drowned when his body was recovered on July 6th. Mom and dad and you all know that he is a student athlete, able to swim. On July 4th on Horn Island, it was very...
How do you... When Nolan's body was discovered, the proper thing to have said was, we've discovered a body today that is believed to be the missing 18-year-old Nolan Wells. At this time, it is an open investigation. We don't have any answers for you. Right now, all we can tell you is that he washed up on the island. He was discovered around time. That's it. That's all. You cannot find a body washed up on shore and just automatically assume that there's no foul play. So again, these are numerous of things that led up to the parents feeling the way that they feel. And I don't understand how the parents of these young men don't understand that.
You all know that he is a student athlete, able to swim. On July 4th on Horn Island, it was very crowded. Certainly the suggestion is someone would have seen a child in distress. There is going to be the convening of a grand jury. Now, the DA of this area, Angel Myers McElrath, is a very out loud, proud Republican. If there is a U.S. attorney appointed to this case, it will likely be a Trump appointee. I'm just curious, Ben, from you and Rev, I think we have to be very candid here. What concerns do you have about the racial animus that we are seeing so much of play in this case?
Well,
you or Rev, whoever.
All I'll say, and then defer to Rev, you want to believe that this is a child, that everybody is going to do their level best to find out what happened so these brokenhearted parents will know what happened to their child. In time, we've seen Christine and the family be attacked just for asking questions. What happened to my child? Trying to say, no, we want to question this part of the investigation, that part of the investigation, because day one you said no foul play, but tell me now, what are you doing to be able to get us to the truth. And that is, it causes them sleepless nights. We talk at night. And so trust, but verify. We are trying to cooperate everything we can do to say, hey, we want to help, but we want you to give them a thorough investigation. We want you to do for him what you would do for your child.
Rev, I'm going to come to you in a sec, but you brought up something, Ben, about attacks. And certainly as journalists, we have a keen eye, and I have noticed that the narrative around this story has shifted to the threats that are going to the young men who was with Nolan. They've hired attorneys who previously represented Donald Trump in cases. They've gone on very MAGA-friendly podcasts. And I just want to make sure that we keep the main thing, the narrative to the victim, to the actual child who died. And I'm curious, Christine, if you can weigh in on what threats have you and your family experienced?
So there have been a big smear campaign, just not only professionally, but personally for me. And
they attacked your nursing license.
Yes. So it started out with 1-star reviews of people saying they saw me,
No one has been arrested for that, though.
my office verified that these were incorrect. And then it went so much as to someone contacted the Board of Nursing, and then that opened the investigation for the professional misconduct. There was no evidence presented for that claim. And the investigator I spoke with, he said, we have to do our due diligence. I said, I understand it. I respect it. He was like, I'm sorry it's coming at this time. I was like, no, I get it. Do what you have to do, because I know who I am. I know what kind of care I give to my patients. I know the relationship that we have. And I'm grateful that my patients, a lot of them are still trusting and loving in the care that they know they're going to get with me. And so these attacks are not going to, it's not going to break me.
Come on, Christine.
I have to find out.
Scare tactics. And I'm so glad that she is so strong. They're using these scare tactics to try to stop this woman from finding out what happened to her child. Disgusting.
We have to find out what happened to Nolan. That is the only question we've ever asked. We've never blamed anyone. We've never tried to smear anyone. I know I heard something about the picture. That picture was sent to me because
this is a picture of him on the boat.
On the boat with people.
Yes.
And what it was is they were like, the person was like, Miss Christine, the information is incorrect. This is what he was wearing. Because initially he was in black shorts, which again, that is the information I received from Warren.
So did you purposely give her misinformation? Because Warren, you questioned the reason for her putting the picture out. You said she was wrong for putting the picture out. You said that if she had not have put that picture out, you wouldn't be going through what you're going through, dealing with what you're dealing with from the public. But you gave her misinformation. Help me understand.
Verbally and via text. When she sent me that picture, I was like, oh, completely different color. These are like a blue-gray short. So we have to correct that. But I'm grateful. We are grateful to all of you. Thank you for keeping our son's story alive. And thank you so much, Tiffany, for having us.
I think that's part of our assignment here, our responsibility. So often in newsrooms, we have to defend and define Black life and defend and define our own humanity. And so it makes a difference. The same way in other newsrooms, when you see someone and you feel like they're familiar, that so happens as they resegregate newsrooms and lay off Black journalists en masse. that goes away. So the people in this room have a keen interest in this story because they see your humanity, and that's what we center in this conversation. Rev, put this in historical context for us, because as I look at Mississippi, I don't have to tell you of all people some of the immediate thoughts that surface for us here.
Well, when I got the call from Ben Crump and he had the parents connected, and they told me the story, I'd not heard the story. I heard something about some in Mississippi. But when I heard the details, the thing that jarred me from a civil rights point of view, and I've been working, Ben has come National Action Network for 20 some years with a case, and then.
Papa. Let's keep going. Let's keep it going. You know, time to be stopping and pausing today. We're going to run on through it.
I mean, he's great, dude. Like, most genuine guy I've ever met in my life. Nolan would always be at our houses, stay at our houses. And for his parents to come out and say, oh, well, we don't know these boys. Well, then does that mean you don't know where your kid's staying at night? Because he was staying at our houses.
As far as the investigation is concerned, did you guys give your phones over to investigators? All right, we have Morgan.
First thing, they're crying so much about Miss Christine putting this photo out, but yet they're using this photo on everything that they do. Doesn't matter that you're trying to blur the faces out. We already know it's you.
And Jax and Warren here. Now that I got you guys all here, what I want to do, and I want the audience to be able to have an opportunity to hear some of the things that have been put out there cleared up. You guys know better than anybody else what happened. I only had, from the perspective of Warren last time, and now that you guys are here, I want to get the full perspective so that people can know what happened and they can judge for themselves. And the first thing I want to start with is your relationship with Nolan. What was y'all's relationship like? I'm sure, jump in however you feel, but there has been talks on social media that you guys are fake friends of Nolan. You weren't really his friend. Can you explain that to me?
Who said that, Officer House nigga? Who said that? Put a name on it.
In the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care what anyone says about my relationship with someone else. I know my relationship with Nolan. Nolan knew his relationship with me. I know who my best friend is, and he knew that too. I mean, he knew our relationship. But so basically, like, no one can tell me how I feel about someone or how someone felt about me, especially someone who's gone now. I mean, Nolan knew the relationship we had, but describing Nolan, like, that man was the funniest dude ever.
Always had a smile on his face.
Always.
I mean, if you needed to laugh, I think Nolan would be the only person, one of the only people I would call.
Man, I ain't ever seen him like mad, dude.
He was
the peacemaker of our friend group. I mean, anytime anybody had beef over somebody, over a girl or whatever, our friend group. I mean, anytime anybody had beef over somebody, over a girl or whatever, our friend group. I mean, anytime anybody had beef over somebody, over a girl or whatever, he would go over there. Friend group. I mean, anytime anybody had beef over somebody, over a girl or whatever, he would go.
Anytime anyone had beef over someone or a girl, that's what you chose to describe your relationship with your friend? While the whole world is speculating that it was some beef, that it was possibly some beef with someone about a girl, you chose that to describe your friend. Y'all so fucking smart.
Over there and start talking to him. He's like, man, I think this guy's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, this guy's
I don't think
cool.
we should. I think we should become friends with this guy.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, we would somehow become friends with the dude, even though he's getting with one of our other buddies' exes or whatever. But become friends with a dude, even though he's getting with one of our other buddies' exes or whatever. Would somehow become friends with a dude, even though he's getting with one of our other buddies' exes or whatever. Would somehow become friends with a dude, even though he's getting with one of our other buddies' exes or whatever. But yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah, Nolan's great. Like
He was
I'm saying,
awesome.
like most
Great
genuine
kid.
guy ever.
Yeah.
Man. I mean, like I said, lights up a room when he walks in it. But like, no, I'm not
No
joking.
jokes.
It's like,
It's like an understatement.
No joke.
It's,
I mean, he's great, dude. Like, most genuine guy I've ever met in my life. And like, I know when people like, you know, I know I've seen like when people pass a lot, everybody says good things, obviously. And, you know, this isn't just me like being respectful to know him. Like, dude, that was like one of the best guys I've ever met. Man.
I've only ever seen him
Warren looks a little stressed out. It's only been a couple of weeks since we last seen you, Warren. What's going on, buddy?
Dude, that was like one of the best guys I've ever met. Man.
I've only ever seen him mad once. Literally once. That's it. One time. And it was over something stupid. Yeah. But that was the only time I've ever seen him mad, and that he was always smiling or trying to figure out what we're doing.
You just talked about somebody being into it with somebody over a girl. Why you didn't go into detail about the only time he's been mad? If it was so simple, he would be like, you know, like, man, there was some turtles coming down the ocean, and I made a mistake and stepped on it, and he was just mad. You're talking about people sleeping with your buddies' exes and all this other shit. Why you didn't elaborate on that?
That was the only time I've ever seen him mad, and that he was always smiling or trying to figure out what we're doing that night or whatever. And then again, like, our relationship really started around, would you say, like freshman year high school? Like,
well, I was like a little closer with him before y'all because, like, obviously, like I told Brandon last time, like 8th grade COVID year is when Nolan and I like really started hanging out, and then we all started hanging out going into high school. But man, that dude's funny. Life of the party. Like, had so much fun. Like, we had so much fun together. Like, even going up to like Starkville where Morgan goes to school, and like just every
freshman
Oxford,
Destin.
It was fun. Yeah, dude, it's fun. He's
awesome.
Great.
And so people, well, there was a conversation that we had, Warren, last time about you not going or ever being at his house, and people took that as if you weren't his friend. Can you guys describe what engagement did you have with Nolan at his house, with his parents, him with your parents? Like, how did all that circulate?
Well, like Jack said, like, he used to pick up Nolan every day. I used to pick up Nolan every day. My buddy Wyatt used to pick up Nolan. Like, literally would pick. We didn't make Nolan drive anywhere.
That's how much we loved him, bro.
Like,
we just always wanted to be
like
there.
That's how much, like, everybody knows this too. Like, Nolan didn't drive. Like, especially at least in our friend group, because Nolan, we always pick Nolan up, regardless of where it was. Like, literally on July 3rd, Nolan rode with me and like rode with me to Wyatt's because we had to get parts for a boat. But anyway, just for, you know, it's.
Yeah, he rode with you to Wyatt's, but he drove himself to Jack's house. You said that to say what? Of course, if we're all in one location and you're gonna go to another one of the buddy's house, and well, shit, I'll ride with you. Why would you ride two separate cars to a buddy's house? You little shit.
It's crazy that, like, I think it's kind of sad that, like, people, I have some friends of mine that I'm very, very close with, and I just don't know their parents. You know, we're grown men. You don't have to know someone's parents to be close with them. And for someone's, like, for, you know, them to come out and be like, oh, well, y'all aren't friends with somebody. Well, how are you going to tell me, like, my relationship with somebody else? You know, it's crazy. Like, they've said this all about us, like, oh, we're fake friends. Well, that's really horrible to say, because if you go look on every social media post on.
It ain't horrible to say, you little shit. Because if she don't consider you her son friend, she don't fucking consider you her son friend. You just said you got friends that you don't know their parents and stuff like that. So apparently she didn't lie when she said she didn't know you.
really horrible to say, because if you go look on every social media post on Nolan's Instagram or Facebook or anything else, the only people in it are us and his football guys. Like that's just so real. Every time Nolan's in Starkville, he's with us. Every time Nolan's anywhere.
So because you're on pictures with somebody, that means what? Y'all live in the same vicinity. Y'all went to the same school. That doesn't mean that you're necessarily tight-knit. It just means that you run in a lot of the same circles. You attend a lot of the same events. You're a young man. So, of course, you're snapping up pictures at every event. Y'all are naming school events and things of that nature. Of course, you're on pictures with them. And then you sit up here telling us to look on his social media and see y'all in pictures with him. But in the same breath, you're just crying about his mom posting the picture from the 4th. So do you want us to see pictures or not? And why is she a horrible person? Because she doesn't consider you, in her eyes, her son's best friend. That does not make her a horrible person. Especially when you just said out of your own 2 lying, suspect lips that you have buddies that you're super cool with and you don't know their fucking parents.
Like that's just so real. Every time Nolan's in Starkville, he's with us. Every time Nolan's anywhere, not even just Starkville, but anywhere.
Oh yeah, we went on countless vacations and
Prom, homecoming, everything. Nolan's with us.
Prom, homecoming. Of course. Y'all went to school together. Of course y'all gonna be at prom together. Of course y'all gonna be at homecoming together. Whoop the freaking do.
Because we were his friends. It's not that hard to understand. I mean, I don't have to prove this to anybody, but that's the truth. I don't have to prove my friendship. And these guys feel the same way. We don't have to prove our friendship with Nolan, but I know it's right.
Yeah. So was Nolan around your family then?
Yeah. Nolan was always around our houses. I mean, I can even say this. Nolan and Wyatt's dad had a secret friendship that we weren't even in.
Yeah, they were like best friends.
We would go over to Wyatt's house, and Nolan, we would all be in the backyard, whatever, doing something, and Nolan would be inside on the couch with Wyatt's dad, and they would just be cutting it up all night.
Yeah, watching movies together. Like Scarface is their favorite movie.
Yeah.
They'd watch Scarface
all the time.
But it really shows you like the effect like all this has had on everybody, not including just our friend group, but like our friends' parents and my parents. Like our friends were really, and families were really close to Nolan. And I mean, this has been a horrible tragedy, not just for us, but for our families and friends too. My mom knew Nolan because she used to drive us from Waffle House to school once a week. My stepdad knew Nolan because he used to drive us, my dad, everybody. Like,
and he would always come to the house too all the time.
And not just that, but like I'm talking about like from a young age, like from 8th grade. But Nolan would always be at our houses, stay at our houses. And for his parents to come out and say, oh, well, we don't know these boys. Well, then does that mean you don't know where your kid's staying at night? Because he was staying at our houses. So
sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button.
She never said she didn't know where he was spending the night. She never said that. She just said she didn't know y'all like that. And you just said you got a lot of buddies that you're cool with and you don't know their parents. You're sounding a little contradictory here.
And also join our members forth. Based on what I know from the interview we had and some of the things that Nolan has spent the night and then at your house, and then you guys got up, you went out. Was this the first time you guys went to Horn Island, or you guys just do this every year? Or
So we've probably been to Horn Island this year alone 3 times with Nolan.
Nobody never said it was their first time going. It sounded like to me that Officer House nigga is the race baiter. No one ever said that this was their first time going to the island with Nolan. It does not change the fact that this time Nolan did not return home. The problem, I believe, is that Nolan thought they were his friends. However, their friends wasn't Nolan's friends. Like the friend of my friend is not your friend. Okay. I can dig it. But they're working overtime. What's really getting me is they're working overtime to try to prove that they're Nolan's friends without an inkling of what happened to Nolan. Me, man, look, I ain't got to prove nothing to nobody. If I said that was my dog, that was my dog. Right now, that's not what's important. What's important is what the fuck happened to my dog. I digress.
And then the previous year, we went to Horn Island. Nolan was with us out there then. And every time we go out to Horn Island, usually Nolan's with us. And every single year for the 4th of July, when we go out there, Nolan's with us. I mean, this is a tradition. I mean, everybody waits all year for Horn Island, 4th of July. Like, that is the place to be. That is a party all day. And it is literally right up all of our alleys. Like, that's what we want to do all day. Like, that's the funnest day of the year. And, yeah.
I mean, Nolan was with us 2 weeks prior to the 4th of July at Horn Island with no one out there. If we had any intention to hurt Nolan at the island, why would we do it on the 4th of July with thousands of people out there? I mean, it's pretty clear. We literally.
Nobody said it was a plan. Even me feeling the way that I feel, I don't think it was intentional. So, okay, y'all, 2 weeks prior, y'all went out on the island with Nolan and nobody else was there. What you're doing is you're allowing people into your intrusive thoughts when you bring things like that to the forefront. I'm going to say it again. You're allowing people into your intrusive thoughts when you bring things like that to the forefront. No one that I've heard has said that you guys intentionally hurt Nolan. So why is that a reference? I believe he's saying my friends, my buddies, because he can't say, damn it, Bart. They say Wyatt a million times, but they do not mention damn it, Bart. And if we are led to believe that Bart is possibly the reason that Nolan is no longer here, then this occasion that you're speaking of where y'all went out to the island 2 weeks prior and nobody was there, was damn it Bart there? Because damn it Bart had said he hadn't been home in a while. So maybe that's why nothing happened.
4th of July with thousands of people out there. I mean, it's pretty clear. We literally all went out there for my buddy's birthday, and Nolan was with a whole group of people like we were with on the 4th. So, I mean, that's.
Yeah, and it was on like a Wednesday.
It's not like
Nobody
this is.
was out
It's
there,
not like
yeah.
this is just like a random like occasion. No, we do this all the time,
yeah.
and not even just Horn Island, but Nolan's on the boat with us all the time. We all go on the boat. We all do things together like this. So,
I want to get to some points.
And I'm pretty sure that that's true. because his parents didn't have any reservation when he told them that he was going on the island. But in my world, you know what that means? That means getting a person comfortable enough to get their fucking guard down. Warren.
We all go on the boat. We all do things together like this. So
I want to get to some pointed questions about the phone situation, because I think last time, Warren, when you and I talked or spoke, you weren't at the house when the phone was recovered. So I want to figure this out.
Now I want to hone in on this part right here. I'm gonna try not to stop it because I really want to hone in on this part.
Phone was recovered. You weren't at the house when the phone was recovered. You weren't at the house when the phone was recovered. Oh, you weren't at the house when the phone was recovered. So I want to figure this out. Explain to me, because a lot of people are still online saying that they find it to be incredibly suspicious that Nolan left his phone. Can you explain, did Nolan ask you for his phone back when you guys were leaving? Was it not a part of the conversation? Was Nolan the only person that left his phone on the boat? Can you guys walk me through that idea?
So I can go ahead first and say nobody has their phone in the water. Even when you jump in a pool, do you have your phone? Like, no, you don't. You're not going to bring your electronic in the water.
Jumped in the pool with my phone quite a few times, especially since they've been waterproof, because I want to see what it looked like when I jump in. But hey, I digress.
So what everybody does is they stick their phones on the dash of the boat and they forget about it because you don't have good service. You can't even send a picture through from Horn Island to like somebody else. And so they put it on the phone. And even as teenagers, we don't really get on them. We go out there and we conversate and we see a bunch of people that we usually don't see on a day-to-day basis, that we graduated high school with, guys that graduated before us. You know, it's a big meeting, like seeing all your friends that you haven't seen.
Guys that graduated before you, like who? Like damn it, boy.
In a while. And so whenever we were coming back in, he didn't even think about grabbing his phone. He never asked about his phone, along with 5 other people that also left their phones on the boat, and we had to wait at the boat launch for them to come and pick them up, including.
Whoa, this flew completely past me when I watched this. Whoa.
On the boat, and we had to wait at the boat launch for them to come and pick them up. Also left their phones on the boat, and we had to wait at the boat launch for them to come and pick them up.
In the previous interview, Warren said that a lot of people did leave their phones on the boat. And there were so many phones left Okay. There were so many phones left on the boat that his buddy took them off and put them in his truck. This is a 2-part. If you took the phones off the boat and put them in your truck, nobody thought, damn, Nolan left his phone. Call and see if Trayson's still out there. Call and see if Javon's still out there. Call and see anybody has Katie's number. Nolan left his phone. Or if you waited at the dock for people to come and get their phones, and you noticed Nolan's phone was left, damn, Nolan left his phone. It's the math not mathing. No, they had the people that left their phones on the boat, they had to wait at the boat launch for the people to come and get their phones. But in the previous interview, Warren said that Wyatt took all the phones off his boat and put them in his truck. Let's go back.
Grabbing his phone, he never asked about his phone, along with 5 other people that also left their phones on the boat, and we had to wait at the boat launch for them to come and pick him up, including Javon. I mean, Javon left his phone on our boat.
Had to wait at the boat launch for them to come and pick him up, including Javon. So when Javon came and got his phone, nobody said, hey, Javon, did you see Nolan still out there? Because we got his phone too. You thought enough of Javon to call him and give Miss Christine's number. You knew Javon had a tighter link to Nolan than you did. So that's 3. First, you said the phones were left on Wyatt's boat. Wyatt took the phones off the boat and put them in his truck. In removing the phones from the boat to the truck, nobody noticed. Damn it, Bart. Nolan left his phone. 2, you had to wait at the boat launch for people to come and get their phones, including Javon. Damn it, Bart. Nolan's phone's still here. He's out there with no phone. You didn't think to mention to Javon that Nolan left his phone? You little sons of bitches, you little usual suspects gonna talk y'all way right into a cell. Or maybe not.
For them to come and pick him up, including Javon. I mean, Javon left his phone on our boat.
Yeah, Javon is one of the guys in the friend group.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Javon's a friend of mine, friend of ours, like not as tight as Nolan. Javon's in the class under me.
Anytime something is mentioned regarding someone that has a tighter relationship with Nolan, Warren gonna always hop his ostrich neck ass in and clear it the fuck up. Whoa, wait. I mean, well, Javon is a friend of mine, but the fuck? The girl told them where Nolan's car keys were in the house on the Xbox. Now watch him. Watch how he cut him off when he say Javon is their friend.
One of the guys in the friend group.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Javon's a friend of mine, friend of ours, like not as tight as Nolan. Javon's in the class under me in school, and he's a friend of mine. But just like a lot of our other friends, Javon's our friend. He left the phone on the boat because we're trustworthy people. We're not going to steal something. We're not going to delete pictures off of someone's phone. We're not going to delete text messages. We're not going to get on anyone's phone because we have no reason to. But Javon left his phone, and we gave Javon his phone back along with everybody else who left their phone on the boat. So
yeah, we'll get.
But that's not what to see. I didn't even plan on being here 5 hours tonight, but it looked like I might have to because I might need to go back to the prior interview where he said the phones were in Wyatt's truck, because now y'all gave the phones back.
And we gave Javon his phone back along with everybody else who left their phone on the boat. So
yeah, we'll get to that because I think I have the timeline in my mind. So you guys, the boat is taking in water. You had already left, Morgan, right? You had already left on a boat. So there's 3 boats. You had already left.
So why is he here? If he had already left on a boat, meaning he wasn't in the vicinity of nothing that went on during the time of Nolan's possible disappearance, why is he here? He's another insert, just like Trayston. Just like Trayston the traitor. I'm with you when you're right. Oh, I'm with you when you're right. I be with you when you're wrong sometimes too, but I'm with you when you're right.
about 5 minutes before this situation happened. The last two boats had already left about 5 minutes before this situation happened.
Oh, wait, I must have spoke too soon, because if he left about 5 minutes before the situation happened, why they didn't encounter each other on the water? Oh, wait. Are you on horn? Are you aground? Oh.
So there's three boats. You had already left about 5 minutes before this situation happened. The last two boats was Bart's boat and Wyatt's boat, and those are the two boats that left out because Bart was kind of towing Wyatt's boat out. So you guys are on the boat. What was the conversation with?
It's the first time I heard them say Bart name, and I think this like part 3 or 4.
So you guys are on the boat. What was the conversation with Nolan? Because Nolan obviously had come in on Wyatt's boat. You guys are all getting ready to leave. So what was the communication like with Nolan? You guys are on the boat. What was the conversation with boats that left out because Bart was kind of towing Wyatt's boat out? So you guys are on the boat. Bart was kind of towing Wyatt's boat out.
How do you counter tow a boat? You either tow it or you don't. Get your shit together, Officer House nigga. You said you presenting facts. Present the facts. How do you counter sort of tow a boat that's taking on water in 31 feet of water?
So you guys are on the boat. What was the conversation with Nolan? Because Nolan obviously had come in on Wyatt's boat. You guys are all getting ready to leave. So what was the communication like with Nolan?
So actually Wyatt was saying, told Nolan, because Nolan's with this girl at this point. They're together. Wyatt looked at Nolan. He was like, dude, come on. Boat's taking on water. We got to go, like right now. And Nolan didn't want to go. He said he wanted to stay with the girl. And Wyatt started yelling at me. He's like, Nolan, get on the boat now. And Nolan's like, no. And then finally, Wyatt's like, Nolan, get on the effing boat right now. We are leaving. He's like, no. And then finally, Wyatt's like, Nolan, get on the effing boat right now. We are leaving right now. And then finally, Wyatt's like, Nolan, get on the effing boat right now. We are.
So in that video, with the fight in the background, that Trace and the Traitor claims was him, but he told the whole story, and he never spoke on the reason why he would have been saying, give me my fucking phone. But we also heard in that audio, either get off the fucking boat or get on the fucking boat. How do people not see this? It furthermore leads me to believe that people are just talking about this case for numbers. They're not really paying attention to what's being done and what's being said. Because we clearly hear in the background of the argument video is either get on the freaking boat or get off the freaking boat. Well, this little motherfucker right here just said Wyatt told Nolan, get on the freaking boat. Which would line up with, no, give me my freaking phone. Trace and the Traitor said that was him. But when Trace and the Traitor told his story, he never mentioned none of this. But everything that we've been speculating, they're putting the pieces of the puzzle right into place. They don't even need no lube at this point. They can just slide it on in. You literally just said Wyatt is saying get on the freaking boat. If Nolan truly stayed back with Katie and y'all are ready to go, and he's saying no, and you're saying get on the freaking boat, and he replies, no, give me my freaking phone. I didn't go to law school. I'm not a detective. I'm not an officer house nigga. I'm not Chris Darden. I'm not none of that. I'm just a mother of 6, grandmother of 5, daughter to 2, event planner, decorator, caterer, customs agent, you know. But I do have a goddamn high school diploma. And I didn't get that when I was supposed to get it. I got it later on in life. Which I say this to say, you don't have to be the sharpest crayon in the box to listen to what people are saying out of their own mouths. It sounds like to me he is describing the argument that we hear in the back of the video.
And Nolan's like, no. And then finally, Wyatt's like, Nolan, get on the effing boat right now. We are leaving right now. And Nolan said he had another ride back, and we had no more time to waste. We got to get the boat out of there.
So if he said he had another ride back, who was the ride? Because y'all ain't got no problem constantly bringing up he stayed back with Katie. He stayed back with Katie. He stayed back with Katie. This is the first time any of you had said he said he had another ride back. Warren said it was other friends out there. Trayston said it was plenty of people out there that they know. Warren said he could have asked anybody for a ride. They would have gave him a ride. But now you get in front of the camera and you say he told y'all he had another ride back. Who was it?
Nolan said he had another ride back, and we had no more time to waste. We got to get the boat out of there before it goes under.
And it was that, and when Nolan said that, like, was there an issue that you believe that Nolan will be able to get back, or were you concerned? Like,
so what I can say is I've been out countless times on one boat to Horn Island and came back on another.
They describe everything that happened in this interview. Slow, weird, dope, entitled dope heads. Absolutely. Because Warren looks like, just look at him right now. Just look at him. He looks like the walls are closing in and the ceiling is crashing down. And if the boat is taking on so much water, why are you filling it up with people? That puts more weight on it, don't it? I don't know. I'm not a boat person. I don't like large bodies of water. I've never been on a cruise. I've stood on the beach, maybe tapped my toes at the tip of the sand. Is it? Exactly. Like we literally just said it at the same time. Not only leave from land when you have a sinking boat, you're filling it with people. You're filling the boat with people, but you saying you got to hurry up and get up out of there because the boat is going under. But in that video, it didn't look like the boat was going under. Again, I'm not a boat person. But I think we all might have watched the Titanic and we kind of know what it looks like when a boat is going under. Pun intended.
Countless times on one boat to Horn Island and came back on another. I've done it before where I went out on one boat and my friends left, and I just know so many people out there I didn't even think about do I have a ride already set up? I just know so many people out there that I'm like, okay, there's 100% sure I can find a ride back, and which I have before, you know? And it's one of those things where it's at Horn Island, you don't even have to know somebody to ask for a ride back in. They're going to bring you in. You know, it's not like, oh, are they going to bring?
But what does that matter if you're saying he told you he had a ride home? Hey, Bookie, how you doing? You're just having irrelevant conversation at this point. And all of the irrelevant conversation that you're having is to cover your ass. It's not about Nolan. None of what you're saying is about Nolan. None of it. It's about you guys trying to make yourself look innocent while trying to prove that he was your friend, while trying to make his mom out to be a liar.
Or they not, should I ask? No, if you ask anybody out there, 100%, they'll bring you back.
Southern hospitality.
Yeah,
You're in South Mississippi.
I mean, we had somebody.
The boating community is so like tight knit. Like it doesn't matter like who you are. If someone sees you struggling on the island, no matter the case, they will come and help you. They will do anything in their power to help you and bring you back to the mainland.
I'll put another example out there. We know another kid who was pretty intoxicated out there, and he couldn't find his boat. And he asked somebody random that he didn't even know if he could catch a ride back with them. And they were like, yeah, got him on the boat, called his parents, if he could catch a ride. And he asked, pretty intoxicated out there. Example out there. We know another kid who was pretty intoxicated out there, and he couldn't find his boat. And he asked somebody random that he didn't even know if he could catch a ride back with them. And they were like, yeah, got him on the boat, called his parents, told them the situation was going on, and then took him back on inshore.
And that happened this time, or is
4th of July? This 4th of July.
This current 4th.
So
But nobody saw Nolan. You got another friend, another guy, another buddy, old pal, that was pretty intoxicated, that couldn't find his boat. So he just asked a random somebody, hey, can you give me a ride? Sure. Come on, buddy. By the way, what's your mom's number? I thought phones didn't work. You little pieces of shit literally got me sitting up here yelling at a computer.
that happened this time, or is
4th of July? This 4th of July.
This current 4th.
So you guys you leave. Nolan is there. I'm based on what you're telling me, I'm perceiving that you guys are accepting that Nolan's going to get a ride back somewhere else. Y'all taking on water. Explain to the audience, what does this sinking boat thing like? Because I think that people are in good faith, the ones who are acting in good faith, are genuinely curious of like, are you sinking? Do you think you're going to sink? Because you hear Wyatt on the phone and he's like, we're sinking, we're going down. And obviously you never went down. So can you explain what he was saying about going down? Was there a little bit of water? Was he just panicking more than the normal, or like, what was that? And I want you to explain too, like, what happened to the boat? How did you recover the boat? And how did you get back to the mainland?
So I'm going to go ahead and first off explain a boat. So a bilge pump is in the bilge. The bilge is underneath the deck where you stand in the very bottom of the boat. And there's a space in there where you have all your electronics, your batteries, everything that controls everything throughout the whole boat. So the first thing that fills up on a boat when it starts to sink is the bilge. And it goes in the bilge and it starts filling up. Well, then the bilge pump kicks on, senses the water automatically, and starts pumping it out. In this situation, the bilge pump had a malfunction. It didn't kick on, and it got all the way to the very top of the bilge, which is the floor level. And then we started to see the boat actually sag down in the water, and we're like, okay, what's going on? So there's a cap in the back of the boat that you can unscrew and look inside the bilge. We unscrewed it. There's so much water in the boat, it started overflowing onto the deck. And so at this point, we're like, okay, this boat's going down. It's going down quick. We don't know where the water's coming in from. We don't know what's going on. And we just go into full on like panic mode, get this thing out of here now. So we hook up the boats.
No, call Cito.
Okay.
Let's get to that part. Because you called Cito first.
Why you gotta
No,
or
correct
you
it?
had the boats hooked up first?
We had the boats hooked up first.
Why you
Okay,
gotta
okay.
correct it? Why you gotta
So we
correct
hook up the boats
story?
and we start towing them out. And he's on the phone with Cito. Because, hold on, let me go back a second. The electronics completely glitched out. Nothing is working on the boat. There's so much water in there. Nothing is working.
The batteries are also
The batteries are completely underwater.
underwater.
Like they're yeah. Everything's fried, basically.
And here's a video of the actual boat as they're getting towed out. Do you see Nolan on this boat whatsoever?
Is that boat sinking?
Now, I did this so we can get context. Now, the nut job lunatics that want to believe what they want to believe, don't worry about them. I'm talking of those of us.
I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. Okay, the back of the boat do kind of look a little low. The back of the boat does look a little low. Still don't look like it's about to be underwater, but I digress. Let's go.
Basically. So we have it connected.
The batteries are also
The batteries are completely underwater.
underwater.
Like they're yeah. Everything's fried, basically. So we have
Everything's covered in water. Everything's fried. But yet, all of these phones are safe. And Wyatt's phone suddenly works for him to call Grandpa and Cito and for Warren to call his mom. The adults that are leading these children are one of two things. And hey, sue me, I ain't got shit in the goddamn way. The adults that are leading these children are one of two things. They're completely ignorant as fuck, or they just don't give a fuck because they know the weight that they hold, the weight that they carry. Because I just can't see a parent knowingly and willingly allowing this catastrophe to unfold in front of a camera. And they're in the room. They're there. The attorney is there. At what point do y'all tell them to shut the fuck up? Blind leading the blind. The blind leading the blind with the guidance of Uncle Ruckus. This shit is ridiculous.
have it connected, kind of towing him out, and he's on the phone with Cito, and he's trying to get them on the phone. And as he stated in the moment, he's like, Cito's just asking all these dumb questions. I can't figure out what's going on. And so finally hangs up, and after the trim to the motor started to work again. So they manually trim it down by the buttons on the motor, trimmed it down, and some electronics started to come back on, and they got the boat to crank over, and they're like, all right, untie us, because if you can get a boat on plane, the suction of the water going underneath it will actually pull all the water out of the bilge if you have the plug out. So like say you have the plug out and it's sitting, the boat will sink. If you have the plug out and you're running, all the water will rush out the back of the boat.
When you say on plane, you mean like it has to be going fast enough to be up on
out
top of the water?
Yep.
Or
So
something like
on
that?
plane is you're up, you're running, you're out of the water basically. There's
Your bows on plane.
yeah, so you're up out of the
Yeah,
water
yes.
running.
Yep.
So where are you guys at when this happens? As far as from Horn Island to the mainland, where are you guys at in between there?
So we're probably a mile and a half off of Horn, I'd say. A mile off
Well,
Horn.
from the start where the Ceto call was, we were probably about a quarter mile
Yeah.
off the island. Like you could see, it's visible in the picture that you posted that Wyatt is on the Ceto call, and it's that video of the boat panning of the video of the boat getting panned, and you can see everybody in the boat. If you look in the background, the island's right there. So I mean, going back to like what you said earlier, if we killed somebody or hurt somebody, the whole island is literally not even a quarter of a mile away to sea, with hundreds of boats lined up on the island. So that's really all I had to say about that.
Yeah. So we
were about a quarter mile out.
so we're about a quarter
I'm just
mile,
letting
whatever.
them talk, 'cause
So,
you're not even no point stopping here.
They pull the plug out the back of the boat. They have they have the motor running and everything like that, and they go to take off. So the boat's having trouble trying to get up, and it's slowly coming up because the weight of the water. Finally, it planes off, and the water gets sucked out the back, and they're full speed running. And then after that, I didn't see them anymore. I think you were on the boat. You can start from there.
Yeah. So after we played,
Wait. It's all lies. I just let them talk. I promise I just let them talk. Look at Warren, right? This is the first interview. Tell me what you see. You ain't gotta say too much from the look in your eyes. I can tell you dumb as fuck. Is this his favorite shirt or is this his guilty shirt? Cause why you got the same shirt on? Why you got the same shirt on? What's going on, Warren? You're not changing your clothes, buddy? You know, stress will do that to you. I'm talking about star from there. I know, right? I am tired of lying now. It's your turn to lie. Cause do something. These little shits.
A mile and a half off of Horn, I'd say. A mile off
well,
Horn.
from the start where the Ceto call was, we were probably about a quarter mile off the island. Like you could see, it's visible in the picture that you posted that Wyatt is on the Ceto call, and it's that video of the boat panning of the video of the boat getting panned, and you can see everybody in the boat. If you look in the background, the island's right there. So I mean, going back to like what you said earlier, if we killed somebody or hurt somebody, the whole island is literally not even a quarter of a mile away to sea, with hundreds of boats lined up on the island. So that's really all I had to say about that.
Yeah. So we
were about a quarter mile out.
So we're about a quarter mile out, whatever. So they pull the plug out the back of the boat. They have they have the motor running and everything like that, and they go to take off. So the boat's having trouble trying to get up, and it's slowly coming up because the weight of the water. Finally, it planes off, and the water gets sucked out the back, and they're full speed running. And then after that, I didn't see them anymore. I think you were on the boat. You can start from there.
Yeah. So after we planed off, Wyatt kept the boat pinned the whole way in. We ran into the mouth of Fort Bayou, where we came from originally. And we turned into Fort Bayou, went in the channel, ran probably 500, 600 yards into Fort Bayou. Wyatt had jumped out of the boat, put the plug back in the boat so access water. So water didn't keep pushing and filling the boat up. So then we turned around and Wyatt brought the boat to the dock, and that's when I had gotten out and got back in the car. And I didn't drive. A buddy of mine drove me, and we went back to Jax's house.
Jax's house. Okay.
Ooh. Hey, Mr. Boy. Who's who? This is Wyatt right here, right? Next to Nolan with the can in his hand. Is this Wyatt? Is this Warren? So they had time to change clothes while the boat was sinking? Now listen. I wear glasses. Right? I wear glasses. So if I'm not seeing what I think I'm seeing, let me know. Somebody let me know. If I'm not looking at what I think I'm looking at, somebody let me know. All right. This is on Horn on the 4th of July. And this is the boat being towed in. I'm getting bougie with this computer stuff now. I done figure some things out. We're gonna get back to the interview. We're gonna get back to the interview. It's gonna be one of them nights. I got to be at work at 5 a.m., but it's gonna be one of them nights. So, Officer House nigga, did you and your newfound buddies concoct this video when you went to Horn? I see what is that? Blue shorts, blue and red shorts, green shorts. Blue shorts, gay shorts. I mean, multicolor shorts. Okay. All righty. Let's jump back into it. Mhm. No, I don't. I'm gonna skim through the first interview a little bit, but I don't think he took his boat out. I don't think he took his boat out. I think he rode out with Bart. Because then he say he called up Bart and convinced him to go out there, and he rode out there with Bart. He didn't ride to or from Horn with Nolan. We do know that. He did not ride to or from Horn with Nolan. I think he rode with Bart, but we can skim through the other one so we can hear it in his own words. And my bad, I'm playing this interview and I didn't even realize I hadn't flipped the screen back over. Hold on.
As far as from Horn Island to the mainland, where are you guys at in between there?
So we're probably a mile and a half off of Horn. I'd say a mile off Horn.
From the start where the Cito call was, we were probably about a quarter mile off the island. Like you could see, it's visible in the picture that you posted that Wyatt is on the Cito call, and it's that video of the boat panning, of the video of the boat getting panned, and you'd see everybody in the boat. If you look in the background, the island's right there. So I mean, going back to like what you said earlier, if we killed somebody or hurt somebody, the whole island is literally not even a quarter of a mile away to sea, with hundreds of boats lined up on the island. So that's really all I had to say about that.
Yeah. So we
were about a quarter mile out.
So we're about a quarter mile out, whatever. So they pull the plug out the back of the boat. They have the motor running and everything like that, and they go to take off. So the boat's having trouble trying to get up, and it's slowly coming up because the weight of the water. Finally, it planes off, and the water gets sucked out the back, and they're full speed running. And then after that, I didn't see them anymore. I think you were on the boat. You start from there.
Yeah. So after we planed off, Wyatt kept the boat pinned the whole way in. We ran into the mouth of Fort Bayou, where we came from originally, and we turned into Fort Bayou, went in the channel, ran probably 500, 600 yards into Fort Bayou. Wyatt had jumped out of the boat, put the plug back in the boat so access water. So water didn't keep pushing and filling the boat up. So then we turned around, and Wyatt brought the boat to the dock, and that's when I had gotten out and got back in the car. And I didn't drive. A buddy of mine drove me, and we went back to Jax's house.
Okay, so I just want to.
So that don't account for all the time on the GPS though, or the multiple stops.
Make this very clear and abundantly clear for the audience. Are you saying that the video that I posted, which is like a 3-second loop, now I have a lot more of the video, but to not expose people that have nothing to do with this, I only posted the smaller part, the 3-second part. Are you saying during that time, a portion of that, Wyatt was on the phone with Cito, so a portion of that is the Cito call, and that Nolan is not on that boat?
Correct.
So if a portion of that video that you have more of, so you edited, cropped, whatever, that part out for your own reasons. Why not play the audio? Play the audio and let us hear Wyatt on the phone with Cito. Let us see what was happening when we were hearing, oh my God, Nolan. Damn it, Bart. Things of that nature. All of that can be summed up with the audio. Just play the audio with the video. Play the audio that's being played with the video and line it up with the Cito. Voila, magic.
That video that's out there is a representation of who was on the boat during that Cito call.
Correct.
So I want to jump back to something real quick because I was on the island and the reception was bad. I left my phone on the boat when I got out and went in the water. But people are saying online that how can you make a Cito call if the reception is so bad on the island? Because before you said the reception wasn't really good enough to even send a picture message to somebody else. So how is this call being made if the reception is not as good?
I mean, if you listen to the call back, listen to the call back. I mean, there's areas in the call where it's splotchy. It's not direct. Like, it's not like you're sitting from me to you talking to the person on the phone. I mean, you're obviously out on the water. I mean, you can hear it in the Cito call.
And so when it comes to the reception, because I didn't look at my phone one time on the way out to Horn Island. I mean, it was a beautiful ride.
Of course, because you're not thinking about it.
If you didn't look at your phone one time, sir, how do you know you had bad reception?
About it.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking. I'm looking at how beautiful this water is.
Yeah.
We were having fun on the boat. We were playing music, some of Nolan's favorite songs.
Yeah.
So I wasn't thinking about my phone. So I wasn't checking reception. Now, is the reception recover at some point between Horn and the mainland? Or is it terrible reception while you're over the water until you get to the mainland?
No,
I mean, there's
as
really
soon as you get off the island coming in shore,
yeah,
you
but there's
start
really
picking up
like
reception
no
again.
definite way to tell where the reception comes in because I mean it's all satellite. I mean,
Yeah.
it's different every. I've gotten service 80 miles offshore, like off of a satellite coming to a oil rig.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I connected to it from the rig. But like,
It just depends.
I could go to Horn Island and not have any service. I could go there and have service. I mean, I think
It's really
it's
hit or
truly
miss.
different, like every time.
So is it fair to say the service on Horn Island is super spotty?
Yes. Yeah.
And it was just almost by chance, in part, that the call was successful to call Cito. Okay.
Yeah. Partly, yeah.
And I want to get to that picture because I think a lot of people are confused about the picture. You guys cleared this up for me last time I came, but I want the world to kind of hear this because I don't think I addressed it last time me and you, Warren, was on the interview. People are saying, and this is how the picture went viral, that the people pictured in the photo were the ones that went on the boat with Nolan and came back. Can you explain that? Because I don't think everybody that was in that picture even went to Horn Island on the same boat as Nolan.
So I can say whenever we all got out there,
Hold on. Before you get there, because I think this will address another issue that people have of saying, well, why are they taking pictures if the reception is bad? Can you point out where this picture took place? What is going on with this infamous picture now?
Yep. So whenever we got there, like I said, I wasn't even on the same boat as Nolan. We pull our boat in. Nolan, their boat pulls in or whatever. I get out in the water. I walk over to Nolan's boat, and I'm talking to Nolan for a little bit, whatever. And I put my phone up on the dash. Nolan puts his up there. As Nolan's putting his phone on the dash, he sees an actual little camera that one of the girls that came on the boat brought. And his first words was, he picks up the camera and he goes, "We got to take a picture." Just like that. And in my mind, I'm like, heck yeah, like let's take this picture. So that's where you got me and Nolan and one picture. And then as we're taking that picture, Morgan and another buddy of ours come up and they're like, all right, like let's take a picture all together of us on the front of the boat. We're like, all right, yeah, let's do that. So we got on the front of the boat, and that's where that picture is taken.
So that was it taken from a phone or
No, like an actual little camera.
Camera,
Okay.
like
And
the
was it
lens
taken?
comes
Was it
out.
taken from where you docked at, or was it taken out there at Horn Island?
It was taken at
Horn
Horn
Island.
Island.
Okay. So, but wasn't on the phone.
No,
No.
Yeah. But then Morgan said some days he had reception, some days he don't. But it's pretty evident that Officer House nigga is cleaning it up for them. So when they slip up, he's giving the assist. I think that's the right word. I don't watch sports, but he's very quick with the assist, most definitely.
Hey, I want to clear this up too, because I'm not aware of this. You guys may obviously have more information. Were people uploading? I know we talked about the service issue, but were people uploading on social media?
I mean, you could.
Not
You just
really,
think-
no.
You could be.
Realistically, you could.
You could if you want to
You
sit.
could.
If you're motivated enough to do it, yeah. Like I made a phone call to my mom, and I had to call her like 8 times before she picked up because either her service was bad, she was on the back side of the aisle on the south side, or my service was bad, and it was just hard to get through. But like if I went and posted a video on Snapchat, like honestly, I don't think it would like either post or send to somebody. I think, I sent my buddy where we were at, a buddy of mine. I was like, hey, come meet us. And I sent him a video and he was like, dude, I couldn't get a hold of you all day. And like, that explains the point. Like I sent him a video where we were at and it never sent until I got inshore because I had no service.
Would it shock you? Because Christine Wells, Nolan's mother, is online. She was very shocked that she said Nolan didn't have any Snapchats or something. I'm assuming that whole day. Is that shocking to you if he did or did not have photos or videos or stuff uploaded to social?
not at all.
Not at all.
Because
I mean,
like we said, we've been out there many times before, and nobody's on their phone out there. First off, and then second off, if you want to take Snapchats and stuff like that, you can, but you're just really going to have to save them to your camera roll and upload them back whenever you get insured, because when you go to send it, it's just going to have an error.
And most guys, when they're out on the island all day, they're really not thinking about posting something on their Snapchat story.
So the phone was taken on like a camera that's not a phone. Yeah. Now, how did that get to you guys, and how did that ended up getting to the internet?
So whenever we first realized that Nolan didn't, I'm not going to say he didn't. When we first realized we don't know where Nolan's at, the first thing we were trying to figure out, or his mom was, what was he wearing? And so we were trying to remember what color his shorts were. We couldn't quite figure that out.
I said black.
Yeah, I think we said
'Cause
black.
I really did. He was wearing navy blue shorts.
Yeah, it was like dark blue
So,
shorts.
dark. And I just said black because I was trying to piece everything together and help out.
And so at this point, we're freaking out. We don't know where our friend's at. And the girl that took the picture, she was like, okay, well, I just took this picture of today. This is what color swim trunks he was wearing. And his mom asked for that to post on Facebook to say, if you've seen them, whatever.
Wait, what I missed? Hold on.
A camera that's not a phone. Yeah. Now, how did that get to you guys?
Until I got insured because I had no service.
Would it shock you? Because
to do it, yeah. Like I made a phone call to my mom, and I had to call her like 8 times before she picked up because either her service was bad, she was on the back side of the aisle on the south side, or my service was bad, and it was just hard to get through. But like if I went and posted a video on Snapchat, like honestly, I don't think it would like either post or send to somebody. I think, I sent my buddy where we were at, a buddy of mine. I was like, hey, come meet us. And I sent him a video and he's like, dude, I couldn't get a hold of you all day. And like, that explains the point. Like I sent him a video where we were at and it never sent until I got insured because I had no service.
Would it shock you? Because Christine Wells, Nolan's mother, is online. She was very shocked that she said Nolan didn't have any Snapchats or something. I'm assuming that whole day. Is that shocking to you if he did or did not have photos or videos or stuff uploaded to social?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Because
I mean,
like we said, we've been out there many times before, and No, nobody's on their phone out there. First off, and then second off, if you want to take Snapchats and stuff like that,
Did I miss it? I heard him say he called his mom. Did I miss it? What up, though?
Man, tell me you heard that. He said
Did I
my
miss it?
yes, he said had to call my mom about 8 times because she was on the south side of the lake.
Whoa.
It's hard to get through. But like if I went and posted a video on Snapchat, like honestly,
Okay. So, but wasn't on the phone.
No.
Hey, I want to clear this up too, because I'm not aware of this. You guys may obviously have more information. Were people uploading? I know we talked about the service issue, but were people uploading onto social media?
I mean, you could.
Not
You just
really,
think
though.
You could be.
Realistically, you could.
You could if you want to
You
sit.
could.
If you're motivated enough to.
Realistically, what the?
Man, them motherfuckers.
yeah, like I made a phone call to my mom and I had to call her like 8 times before she picked up because either her service was bad, she was on the back side of the aisle on the south side.
I told you. Remember, I told you. I said in the very beginning, he said something about when his mom had came out there, but then we couldn't find it no more. I knew I wasn't fucking retarded.
There you go. Man, I was driving.
Did we not talk about that? Did I not say?
Yeah.
I remember him saying his mom was out there.
Yeah, and you know, we
Did
kept
she
saying
make a post to say she? Because I was like, why is she making a post talking about some she was never out there? Who said she was out there? She just know that it was a video or a post or something out there that said she was out there, and they tried to clean it up. That's why they deleted all their social media and shit.
Yeah. Busted.
The show just said his
I couldn't pull up fast. I couldn't pull over fast enough.
clip that. Let's see. 24-14. 24-14.
I'm like, hold on. Say what? Back she was on the other side. I called her 8 times, and so both of y'all phones ended up working after the 8th time. Man, get the fuck out of here.
What was so important that you needed to call your mom?
They had
And you needed to call her 8 times.
they had to hurt Nolan.
Exactly.
And exactly why. And she might have been the one that called the granddaddy, and the granddaddy called fucking Cito. Because how y'all on the phone simultaneously? How she's on the phone with these fucking dope fiend ass unalivers? How, and then he's on the phone, she click over him, and he say that he just talked to the kids. How y'all doing it simultaneously if y'all went covering something up? And how did the granddaddy know that y'all was okay? And y'all no longer need the Cito call anymore, but he'll let you know if they actually do need help. How do the grandfather know that?
Because they didn't already cleared it up. It's already working.
We just broke a jewel.
Warren done told Miss Christine that he knows somebody that at the Coast Guard, and the granddad knows the motherfucker at Cito, knows the captain.
Yep.
But wait, she was saying who did the captain didn't work for Cito.
Yes. You remember when she called and he said when they was unsure of the membership, but he already knew they had a membership because he hadn't already talked to Jerry.
Okay, so who did the captain work for?
Cito, because you remember he said, well, I'm not gonna be able to help them if we're too busy if they don't have a membership. But he had already talked to Jerry. See, he contradicted himself in the same phone call, sis.
Yeah, he did.
When she told him, well, let's check the phone number, she put the phone number in. She said, oh, yeah, they do have a membership. So how did you not just talk to Jerry and Jerry told you that they no longer needed help, but you didn't know Jerry had a membership? Come on now. I was born at night, but not last night. You okay over there?
Yeah, I'm looking at something that looks really weird.
Yeah, and I don't watch so many people react to this video, and I've listened to this interview several times, and I'm just not catching the fact that he said his mama was there on the south side and that he called her 8 times.
I heard him saying he called her 8 times, but I did not catch him saying no. I didn't catch it. Look, this is Warren and Nolan.
That's not Warren, is it?
That's Warren.
Go to him back in the interview, sis. I don't think that's him.
It looks weird, don't it?
Yeah, I don't think that's not Warren. Go back to the video and Warren is more longer and slinky. See,
Yeah. So
that's not him. He tall. Look how long his legs are.
this caption, that's what I was sitting here looking at. Cause I'm like, wait a minute.
That ain't him. That probably somebody clickbait, or maybe that's him. He was younger, but Nolan looks the same age. So
Nolan looks the damn same.
yeah, nah, that's somebody clickbait.
I'm glad I just came across this. Let's do this real quick. Everybody's attention is focused in one direction.
Seems that way.
Now, if this video is correct, and they're saying that this is the group right here, then they definitely weren't arguing about getting on no fucking boat. And everybody is looking this direction. When you go back to start,
And it don't look like, you see how high it looked like a surveillance camera video.
look, everybody is like they're focused towards that way. All these people right here look like they looking that way. Is that the video?
I muted. There was somebody in the parking garage.
I'm sure like that. What they do? My motherfucking phone. All right, but we ain't this. Let me tell you something. Ain't nobody got no words on that screen, so we not hearing what we hearing again.
I heard a
They said
strong
we
fuck
are
you.
Huh?
I heard a strong fuck you.
Yeah. But remember, Officer House nigga said we only hearing what we hearing on the CTO is because the person put the transcripts on the screen. Well,
That
there's no
nigga-
transcripts on the screen of that video, so we're not hearing what we hear.
Well, what he had to say about the one Nancy Grace people did without a transcript.
Oh, we got to get to Nancy. Let me see what else I want to hear in here because she is definitely in the loop. What is this? Da-da-da-da. Da-da.
Or my service was bad, and it was just hard to get through. But like if I went and posted a video on Snapchat, like honestly, I don't think it would like either post or send to somebody. I think I sent my buddy where we were at, a buddy of mine. I was like, hey, come meet us, and I sent him a video, and he was like, dude, I couldn't get a hold of you all day. And like that explains the point. Like I sent him a video where we were at, and it never sent until I got inshore because I had no service.
Would it shock you? Because Christine Wells, Nolan's mother, is online. She was very shocked that she said Nolan didn't have any Snapchats or something. I'm assuming that whole day. Is that shocking to you if he did or did not have photos or videos or stuff uploaded to social?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Because
I mean,
like we said, we've been out there many times before, and nobody's on their phone out there. First off, and then second off, if you want to take Snapchats and stuff like that, you can, but you're just really going to have to save them to your camera roll and upload them back whenever you get insured, because when you go to send it, it's just going to have an error.
And most guys, when they're out on the island all day, they're really not thinking about posting something on their Snapchat story.
So the phone was taken on like a...
You hear them cuts, don't it?
Uh-huh. That's why I said...
Huh?
That's why I said...
Yeah, you can hear them cuts like a mother sucker.
A camera that's not a phone. Yeah. Now, how did that get to you guys, and how did that ended up getting to the internet?
So whenever we first realized that Nolan didn't, I'm not gonna say he didn't. When we first realized we don't know where Nolan's at, the first thing,
he almost fucked up.
I'll tell you, Jack's gonna
almost
be
fucked up. Look at his brother face. His brother face like, oh shit, you almost did it. Oh,
yep.
Look at the little face. And Warren got a smirk on his.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I tell you.
And we were trying to figure out, or his mom was, what was he wearing? And so we were trying to remember what color his shorts were. We couldn't quite figure that out.
I said black.
Yeah, I think we said black.
I really did. He was wearing.
What about the pictures y'all took?
Yeah, it was like dark blue.
But it's weird. It's weird how they're referring to everything as a we.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all did not talk to Miss Christine. Warren talked to Miss Christine.
Exactly.
But we told her, well, we were trying to figure out what he was wearing. The way Miss Christine, that's why I played her first. It's like the answers was ready on deck when she talked to him.
Yeah.
Because I think Miss Christine would have been like, he was asking a couple of guys in the background, you know, like, hey, what do you remember what color Nolan had all this, you know? Come on.
Cover it.
Scripted.
Dark.
And I ain't talking about that medication in their body either.
Right.
I just said black because I was trying to piece everything together and help out.
And so at this point, we're freaking out. We don't know where our friend's at. And the girl that took the picture, she was like, okay, well, I just took this picture of today. This is what color swim trunks he was wearing. And his mom asked for that to post on Facebook to say, if you've seen him, whatever, this is what he was wearing.
That's not what Miss Christine said. Miss Christine said the young lady contacted her and was like, hey, because she didn't have a picture. She only had a post describing what he had on. And she said the young lady messaged her on social media and called her and was like, hey, you have the description wrong. That's not what Nolan had on. I have a picture that I took. I can send it to you. Why are you saying...
So
you
they
make it
told
seem
her,
like she contacted this girl and asked her, can I get a picture to post it on social media?
right? And I'm gonna go a little further with it. So that means they told her the wrong pair of shorts on purpose.
On purpose.
Wrong color shorts on purpose.
They gave her misinformation.
Most definitely.
Like he had on black shorts, some shades, and I forgot what else she said. They knew what the fuck she was doing. They knew what they were doing. They just didn't expect her to go to social media like she did and for it to get the traction that it did and for people to reach out to her. And they probably called the girl and was like, why did you give her the picture? Well, I was trying to, like, come on. Yeah, they making it seem like they talked to the girl and Miss Christine asked the girl for, like, how are y'all claiming to love Nolan so much, but trying to trash his mama on everything?
Yep.
And so that's what we sent to her, or that's what she sent to her, because we were just trying to help. You know?
See, that's what we sent to her, but that's what she sent to her. You trying to make it seem like you were overly helpful and you fucking wasn't.
Not at all.
No, we weren't trying to cover up anything. We want to know where our friend was just as bad as everybody else does. I mean, that was our boy.
But
we
y'all
want to know
like
worse than how.
The dad said he came and got the keys that night, and you come out, her all over your head, looking like you just woke up. You wasn't too fucking worried.
No.
Than everybody else does. And so that's how that picture came about.
And I want to get to the phone situation of Miss Christine, or Miss Wells said online, and I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how did this happen? Because last time we talked, you said you told, and I will call her Miss Christine. You told Christine.
Now, why is he directing him to call her Miss Christine?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you directing him to give some respect?
And if he wasn't there, how the fuck he know what's going on? How he know what the people told him wasn't true?
That too.
Objection.
Like,
Hearsay.
this motherfucker say, I would call her Miss Christine. But Christine, why are you?
Christine, that you had, and I will call her Miss Christine. You told Christine that.
I'm saying, like, you're directing her. You saying I would call her Miss Christine, and then you turn around and say Christine.
Mm-hmm. You
directing like a motherfucker.
You had Nolan's phone. Like, can you explain that to me? Because I'm confused. I don't know what's what. Did you tell her you had the phone? And when did you tell her you had the phone if you did?
Okay. So first we'll start off with, what I have to say, and then Jax, but and if Morgan has something to say. But I want to get this straight. One of the first things I told Miss Christine Wells in the first phone call that ever occurred with anything to do with Nolan Wells being gone, because I was the first person to call Miss Christine about anything. First phone call in anything to do with Nolan Wells was me making a phone call to Christine Wells. And
what the fuck you want, a cookie?
All right.
Why so much emphasis on it? You basically saying, bitch, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't know shit.
But then she tracked the phone. So did she track the phone first?
Oh, you didn't hear when I played her
I was listening, but I was dealing with something. You could just tell me.
So she said, while she was on the phone with him, and he was, telling her that he stayed back with the girl and all of those stuff right there. And she said she pulled up the GPS while she was on the phone with him, and she was like, well, it says he's on land. And he was like, oh, well, we have his phone.
Oh my God. Let's go, Miss Christine. She popped him.
That's what she said. That's why I wanted to play her first.
Wow.
One of the first things I said to her, with multiple witnesses here, pull up the phone call if you want. She said, oh, well, Nolan's location is with y'all at, where the house we were at. And I was like, well, no, he left his phone with us. I told her that.
Boom. Yeah, right. That's not what he said the first time.
Got him. Wow. Interesting.
Very much so.
Where the house we were at. And I was like, well, no, he left his phone with us. With y'all, call if you want. She said, oh, well, Nolan's location is with y'all at, where the house we were at. And I was like, well, no, he left his phone with us. I told her this. She knew for a fact that we had his phone and she knew that I told her, I said, yeah, he left it on the boat with us. Like, you know, a bunch of people did. And so I want to make that very clear that I told Miss Christine there was no reason to hide anything. There was no issue regarding the cell phone. She could have came and picked it up, but instead she sent one of her friends to come pick it up. And that's.
Now, first of all, her fucking son is missing. That lady said she got the runaround. She called DMR. DMR told her she had to call Ocean Springs. She called Ocean Springs. Ocean Springs told her she had to call Jackson, Mississippi. She called Jackson, Mississippi. They told her she couldn't do it on the phone. She had to do it in person. She get to the station and they say, well, no, that's out of our jurisdiction. You got to call DMR. But she also said on her way to the police station, she stopped by a hospital and was showing Nolan's phone. Did you guys get this kid in here tonight? Have you guys seen this kid? She's not thinking about the fucking phone. She goes on to say that when her friend called her and she was basically telling her friend what was going on, her friend said, well, I'm not far from there. I can go and get the phone for you.
Teamwork.
So it's not, huh?
Teamwork.
Yeah, so it's not like she picked up the phone and was like, hey, can you go over them little motherfuckers' house and get Nolan's phone? No. From what I gathered, she wasn't thinking about the phone. But you have a friend that's in the vicinity whose son also shares Snapchat location with Nolan, so they know exactly where to go to get the phone. And she looks at it and she sees that she's in the vicinity and she offers to go and get it for you to take at least something off of your plate.
That's right. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Nothing wrong with that at all. If that's what you can do to help in that moment, by all means, please, thank you.
Yeah, because I'm looking for him, so she can go get the phone. I'm looking for him. I'm going to see that help. Man, that's crazy work, boy.
Picked it up, but instead she sent one of her friends to come pick it up, and that's where these things start to get twisted. But no, there was never an issue with the phone. I told Miss Christine, one of the first things I told her was, you know, we have Nolan's phone, and you know, that's where that ends. There was no issues with the phone or the keys. So I want to make that clear.
So was the keys on the boat with the phone?
No, the keys were
They're at my house.
at Jax's house because we all stayed there the night before. I'm sure if I would have left my truck at Jax's house, I would have left my keys there too. Because
It's just one more thing to think about on the boat.
If I don't have my car or my truck, then why would I bring my keys on the boat? You know, so I mean, there's just no point of bringing it because if I lose them, then just more stuff to bring that I don't get very excited.
So I want you guys to explain this phone thing. I think Warren already addressed the fact that he told Christine that he had the phone in his possession. So, you know, the whole Life 360 thing is not adding up as far as what you're saying to me compared to.
How is it not adding up?
That's how she knew the phone was with him.
He just literally told you.
Wow.
If you don't want to listen to shit she's saying, he just literally told you that she said, well, the phone is showing that he's with you guys. So how is the Life 360 not adding up? He's calling Crump and everybody else the race baiters, but it's him.
Yep. He's the ringleader.
He's the ringleader. He's staring the narrative to keep shit going so he can continue to have something to talk about. The boy just set up if you don't want to listen to shit Miss Christine said, and you got all your trust in these boys that you keep calling them, the boys. Well, the boy just sat up there and told you out of his own fucking mouth while he was on the phone with the lady. She said, well, his phone is saying he's there with you. How else would she know that's what his phone is saying if it's not from some type of location finder? And you follow up to say it's not making sense. It's not adding up.
It ain't. What y'all saying not adding up. It's like they admit to something, but then try to take it back and try to clean it up. You done already said it, not partner.
It's him. The boys are doing it too, Well, the guys are doing it too, but he's adding fuel to the flame because there's no way that boy just said that, and that's what you follow up with saying it's not adding up. How the fuck is it not adding up? But now that he's throwing them this lifeline, let's see where this go.
Life 360 thing is not adding up as far as what you're saying to me compared to what they're saying. Now, how did whoever came and get the phone, how did they get in touch with you guys, and how did
So nobody cleared that up.
they get the phone back?
So I got a call from a kid we went to high school with. He called me just asking me questions. He saw people posting on Snapchat, like the picture that was circulating. And he called and he was asking questions. He was like, "Where's Nolan? When's the last time y'all seen him?" And then he was like, "So where are y'all at?" And I told him, I said, "We're at Jax's house." And then Warren got on the phone, and I don't know.
So they come to my house, right? And they kind
Hold
of
on before we get.
Come on now.
I thought
Come
Warren
on
was
now.
there.
I need you to be my wingman. Come on now.
I thought it said Warren went there.
Okay then.
Oh, they called him on three-way. On another thing.
But if they called him on three-way, why would you say, "I'll let you tell that part"?
No, listen. I know this. I sound like they motherfucking ass. I thought Warren wasn't there.
That's the second time. That's the
All right,
second
let's
time he's been there, but wasn't there. That's the second time.
Motherfucker Casper. But let's go.
God damn it. Hold on. I gotta stop my phone from ringing.
That is crazy work, man. Like what
Get this shit off my computer.
the fuck?
There was it.
so they come to my
And Warren got on the phone, and I don't know.
so they come to my house, right? And they kind of
Hold on before we get there. Was it confrontational or was it just
most
trying to
definitely.
find?
Most
It was
definitely.
confrontational
Yeah,
already.
wouldn't y'all?
Leading again.
Look, and he about to ask Warren something, but Warren not supposed to be there. So how the fuck Warren though?
He leading again. So they came to my house. Wait, hold on. Was it confrontational?
Every time they fuck up, he'll try to spin a narrative and hoping that people like me and you are not paying attention.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he was like,
110%.
he was very
confrontational.
And when did this happen?
And it's like they had to look at each other in agreement.
Like, so where are y'all at? And I told him, I said, "We're at Jax's house." And then Warren got on the phone, and I don't know.
So they come to my house, right?
And I don't know.
And they kind of
Hold on before we get there. Was it confrontational or was it just
most
trying to
definitely.
find?
Most
It was
definitely.
confrontational
Yeah,
already.
wouldn't y'all agree?
He was like,
110%.
he was very
Yeah. Wouldn't you all agree? Yeah. 110%. Y'all didn't have that energy when he just said, so they came to my house and wait. You're rage baiting.
These motherfuckers, boy.
It's like he's saying, hold up. You left a little icing off the cake.
They're not even good at this shit. Like,
But he is the officer house nigga.
And when did this happen? Was this on the night of the 4th or the next
this
day?
was the night when this was before they came and got the phone.
So this is the night of the 4th, yes.
So you had already spoke to Christine.
correct.
And then you get a call that was hostile.
Yeah, and then Morgan handed the phone over to me. When I was like, "Oh, let me talk to him," because I knew the guy, and I was just like, "Hey, like," he was like, "Where y'all at? Where y'all at?" I was like, "We're at Jackson's house." You know, it's like calm down. And then he hung up on me, and then
Okay, so they come, they pull up to my house.
So why he didn't say,
He couldn't finish because he. Oh my fucking God!
I can't remember my line. Pick it up.
Boy, they got this shit. Oh my!
What the fuck is this? Wilding out, pick up and kill it, and pick up and get.
Man, are we watching this live? Shit.
That motherfucker forgot his lines.
Soldier Boy ass nigga. I was the first one that did it, motherfucker.
Ray J, I hit it first looking at him.
Yeah, right.
And at this point, I'm kind of freaking out. We're all trying to put our heads together on where Nolan is.
On what to do.
And I kind of like
Mm-hmm.
He was about to say we were trying to figure our head out. We started freaking out. We tried to put our heads together and what to and where. You about to say what to do.
Mm-hmm.
all trying to put our heads together on where Nolan is. And I kind of like isolate myself in my room, just kind of get in a ball and just lose it kind of basically for a few hours.
Why?
Because they on your ass, Mr. Postman.
Why you isolate yourself and get in your room and you're
Let me
losing
say
it,
this.
balling it? Why? Are you balling? Why?
Let me insert
Because
this.
let's just be realistic. Okay, go ahead on and insert.
This is a prime example of why it's important for parents to know your child, to trust your child's judgment, because this is a prime example of his mom and daddy knew his characteristics and knew what they was trying to tell them wasn't right. If Nolan was a child that goes off and stay off for days at a time and they don't know where he at, this would have seemed coming. But the fact they knew this wasn't a part of his characteristics and he ain't never pulled a stunt like this, they knew automatically that something's going on. And see, what they didn't count on is the fact of her reaction and how fast she got into it. It wasn't known. She didn't buy that. Oh, well, he was hanging out with Katie. We already had the discussion. And I feel like that's the reason why she knew that there was a lie. But she knew
it was a lie.
She knew her baby. The daddy knew his baby. No, y'all are lying to me. Our son don't do stuff like this right here. That's the importance of knowing your child. That's it. That's all I wanted to plug in.
And so that adds value to what I was about to say, because what I was about to say is, if it's just so, well, he wanted to stay back with the girl, okay, let's look at a typical teenage boy that done, put his little pimper down on a little chick. He finna go hang with her.
He ain't going without his phone.
That too. But why are you calling his mom at 11 o'clock before you try to find
to set it up? To set it up. To start to play.
If it's going the way that y'all trying to make it seem like he going, rest in peace to Nolan, but y'all trying to make it seem like he just got lost to some pussy.
And where did the mama? So what happens with the mama after he called her 8 times and she answered now at this moment? So you mean to tell me y'all boat was sinking? Y'all done called Cito, y'all done turned down the granddaddy state consulate, y'all didn't want Coast Guard. Your mama is right there. What did you tell your mama? What happened to the mama?
And so I lost it. So Christine said she called Nolan several times. She said she and her sister was making a dish for somebody, for someone. They was making a Filipino dish for someone, and her sister was like, I can't believe Nolan ain't called me today. And Christine was like, I know, right? So she calls Nolan, no answer. A little while later, she calls Nolan again, no answer. A little while later, she calls Nolan again, no answer. She calls Nolan again. The last time she said she called Nolan was at 10:48 p.m. Warren calls her at 11:07. So we're expected to believe they didn't sit there and see that boy, mama calling him and say, we're going to have to call and tell her something.
Yep.
If the last time she called his phone and didn't get an answer at 10:48, and you're calling her, what, 15, 20 minutes later?
This shit's sad.
Hey, have you heard from Nolan? You know she ain't heard from Nolan because you see her calling the fucking phone.
Wow.
But y'all wonder why these folks came with the full force of Thor.
This shit's sad, boy.
Now, his encounter is totally, well, I ain't gonna say totally. His encounter is slightly different from what Warren told us on the first interview. Because now remember, Warren wasn't there, but remember how Warren told us how the door just flew open and it was just a bunch of people there and they had barged in and shit. How the fuck you know all that, Warren, if you weren't there?
I'm disgusted.
And they just walk into my house, you know, and I hear all this commotion going on in my living room, and I'm just like, what in the world is going on? So I walk out there. There's probably like 10, 15.
How do you know they just walked in your house if you upstairs isolated in your room losing it?
Trying to figure out what he was gonna do. Good catch.
People in my house I don't even know. And they're all up in our faces, going crazy, asking where Nolan is, and we don't know. And finally, they get into Wyatt's face, and they're like, "Where is your boat? Where is the boat at?" Demanding his address and stuff like that.
Just caught their ass again. How when they come demanding, asking y'all where Nolan was, and y'all say y'all don't know? Why wasn't it then that y'all didn't tell them that he stayed back with a girl? He's with the girl.
What in that moment right there, right? Everything is at the height. Tensions are high.
Oh my fucking God.
What made them direct their frustration to Wyatt and ask, where is his boat?
That was a good one too.
How do they know anything about Wyatt's boat at this point?
Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. But then Wyatt say he didn't drive. That's what I was talking about right here.
No, Warren said he didn't drive.
Oh, Warren. Okay, all them damn W's. I sound like Tisa Tails right now. Why Warren? God damn it. No. God, shit. Okay.
But in your phone conversation with Miss Christine, you're not saying that you said, well, we all had got together to go out there, and Wyatt drove, and Bart drove, and Woo drove, and Nolan was on the boat with Wyatt, but he didn't want to come. You didn't say you explained none of that to Miss Christine. So why are you saying they bombarded into your house and went straight to Wyatt asking him where's his boat?
I think they might have told on themselves right there, see?
Where's the boat at? Demanding his address and stuff like that. And he finally ends up giving it to him. And then let me go ahead and state that while they're there, we give them the phone.
So you just voluntarily just give out your address?
Come on, man.
Okay. I live at 123 Elvis Presley Boulevard. The fuck? But it gets better.
And then let me go ahead and state that while they're there, we give them the phone. They have the phone at this point. Then they get the address to his house. Then they go to his house. And they're searching all over his boat, what I heard and stuff like that. Well, anyways, I don't really know much about that, but they come back to my house at around 1 o'clock in the morning. And
where is his parents at this time? Somebody 1 o'clock, a mob of people for the second time they came to your house. Where are your parents, boy?
But bro, why? I mean, well, you got me doing this shit. Warren called Miss Christine at 11:07. So within a 2-hour time frame, they done found your house, came to your house, bombarded up in your shit, checked all of y'all, sweated wide out of his goddamn address, then went to White House, then searched his boat up and down, and then came back to your house. That's a whole lot of moving.
So what boat they was that said stayed in the water then? They weren't able to fucking go to no fucking water and fucking check no motherfucking boat. That was back on.
Who you on it?
Come on, man. What the
did Warren not say in his last interview that Wyatt had left his boat in the water?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna get to that in just a second. Let's
there you go with this bullshit again, sis.
Let's see what happened when the Goon Squad came back.
It's his dad this time. And his dad's being really respectable, really, really nice to me and stuff like that. And as long as another friend of theirs, and he's asking me like, where are the keys at? I don't even know where Nolan's keys are at in my house. You know how hard it is to find a set of keys in a house and you don't even know where to start? It's pretty hard. So I start scrambling around my house looking. There's stuff everywhere. Keep in mind, all these people stayed the night at my house before. I'm looking through everything. I can't find the keys. I run back to his father or stepfather.
Why they gotta make sure they put emphasis on that?
Man, this shit is so triggering, man. Like when you really listen.
Apparently, he raised him.
The fuck? Well, first of all,
I was like,
where your fucking parents at? Where your parents was, mother, step or fucking paternal? Where were they at?
Cause y'all just running haywire around this motherfucker.
Back to his father or stepfather, and I was like, I don't know where the keys are. And the guy standing next to him's texting somebody. I guess I was at my house, and he said that they're on the Xbox. My house, and he said that they're on the Xbox. I was at my house. The keys are, and the guy standing next to him's texting somebody. I guess I was at my house, and he said that they're on the Xbox.
I want the Xbox in his room or the living room.
Fuck that. Now it's somebody that's with Elmore that's texting somebody.
That he guesses
that's telling y'all where the keys at. But Warren said
it was a girl.
They called a girl.
Man, I'm about to fucking go to sleep. I'm gonna need a BC card out of this motherfucking live.
Clip that. I need that timestamp too.
So I run in, I see him on the Xbox, grab him off the Xbox, and I go and hand it to him. It's plain and simple. It didn't even take 30 seconds.
No trouble.
No trouble at all. So
this narrative that they're pushing that there was any argument over the phone or the keys is completely false. Like, let's get that clear.
Yeah. Okay. So
they never said it was an argument. They said, "What the fuck you have to do? Go back on Horn?"
Exactly. Exactly.
which sounds like procrastination, which sounds like that's what the fuck you just said.
Mm-hmm.
And Warren, how do you have all the fucking answers if you weren't there? Who made you leader of the cokeheads?
Just kind of hang around my house, taking pictures of all the cars' license plate in the driveway, stuff like that. And so,
When you say they, how many people are here this time?
like 15.
15 people that you don't know?
They had 4 or 5 vehicles.
I mean, I knew some of them
Full
I
of
went to high
people.
school with, and then
But you just said, you had a house full of people that you did not know.
You didn't know. I get that with the first time. The second time, they came with another group of people. They
So
switched out.
So they
was
went and
on
recruited another 15 people?
Yeah. They was on the shift. That was first shift. Second shift came at the second time.
Oh, okay.
some of them I just didn't know.
Now, walk me through this. How do you think it got to this point so fast? That's one thing that I'm curious about. Like you
jumping to conclusion.
I guess so. I mean,
That's plain and simple.
They went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Yeah, they went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Like
we
we're
were hiding them in there or
hiding
something.
Nolan in his boat or something. Like, what is?
Now the truth him about to damn come out. What is wrong with these people? I already know what he about to say. Oh my fucking God.
Like we're hiding them in the boat.
Nah, y'all did hide him in a boat. It just wasn't that boat.
Just one white boat.
Like, what is wrong with them? Like,
yeah, 100%.
We called law enforcement. I was with Wyatt at the time after we left Jax's house that night. I was with Wyatt, and we one person we were with saw that their location was headed towards Wyatt's house. And so Wyatt got on the phone with 911 and was like, hey, these people are on the way to my house or already at my house.
You gave them the fucking address.
You ain't have to look at no motherfucking out. What you thought they weren't going? They went. They was stepping about Nolan.
But whose location did you look at?
Nolan's.
Come on.
Because they had the phone by then.
Come on now. Come on now.
Oh my fucking God.
My mom and my dad are there alone, and they know nothing about this. But Wyatt's mom actually, when they were looking at the boat, they were actually walking from the boat, and she came out and started talking to them at that point. But
the police get.
So the mama found.
Hi, how are you? Hi, you're Nolan's family. You need to check the boat. Come on, buddy. You doing all right today?
Oh my fucking God.
Okay. You're a fine group of people here.
There was commotion in the first time in the house. All kind of fucking big commotion per him. They didn't come out for that. They didn't come out the second time they came, but when they went out and looked, man, I'm done.
Them folks had Bruno Mars playing, didn't it? I'ma leave the door open. The fuck out of here.
Involved in some degree here?
Yes, that's what I'm about to get into. So whenever they were at my house hanging out, just I guess hanging out.
I said objection, leading.
But listen to him though. He like they just hanging out. They just there. They just hanging out.
Whenever they were at my house hanging out, just I guess hanging out in my front yard. Finally, they wouldn't leave, and one of the people there came up and started banging on the door again. For whatever reason, I don't know. My brother actually had to call the cops, and I think they came around 2:00 in the morning. And
How the fuck did Jack's house? We just talking about why your house?
And now it's 2:00 in the morning.
Come on, man. So they went back a third time. Do these people think people stupid? I'm having to look at the phone and see who talking. Why Jack's talking again? We were just talking about Wyatt's house.
So, there's always some truth in every lie. So I wish you was here in the beginning. So Elmore said that when he made it to Jack's house, there was one of Nolan's other friends there beating on the door. And he told him to stop. You're bringing attention. You're too loud. You're doing too much. I need them to cooperate with me. The wrench in that is you're saying that Nolan's dad is already there. They've left. They've come back. They've left. They've come back again. And now someone is just beating on your door out of the blue. I know we do some hysterical things when we're under pressure, and it might sound biased, but I'm gonna take Elmore's story over that. Then, because if you got a group of 15 people or a group of 30 people, we're gonna say, first shift or second shift, y'all could have just split up. They could have just split up and went and sit at both locations.
Man, this shit is crazy. And why would they wait till the third time to call police, not the first two times?
After they just out there hanging out.
I just don't.
But Elmore said when he got there, he did say some of Nolan's other friends were already there. He said that. And he said one of them was beating on the door. And he stopped them. And the reason why I believe Elmore, because that one phrase, I need them to cooperate with me. Like, tone it down, calm the fuck down. If you're doing all of that, they gonna automatically think it's an issue, and they're not gonna be open with me. Chill out.
Yeah, facts.
That makes more sense than them going back and forth. Then they just hanging out, and all of a sudden, I'm finna go beat on the door again.
Facts. Whew. Jesus.
I guess my little couple of people didn't like when I said that.
They'll come back and watch the replay.
They'll be all right, because we're going to keep it rolling.
From our property, and after that, really haven't spoken to them since. But yeah.
So when the police come, and the police ask them at both locations, why are you here? What's going on? And they explain to the police why they're there and what's going on. Why wasn't there an immediate investigation?
Because the police already knew what the fuck was going on.
Come on now. Because Warren done already called his mama.
He called his mama on the boat.
Exactly.
8 times. On the south side of the lake.
So they already up on game. So when they get a call about anything that's going on in this realm, yeah, because we all know if the offense was done to the usual suspects, our boys would have been detained immediately.
Yes. Yep.
I'm gonna have to detain you till we can figure out what's going on.
Yep. You was the last one you seen with him per this picture we have. We don't know nothing about Katie. We don't have a picture with him seen with Katie last. We have a picture of him being seen with you last.
Because Warren has already called his Coast Guard buddy. And Miss Christine is at the police station.
That shit just boils my...
Right? So there should be some type of communication and chatter They just removed them from the property and y'all just went in and had a good night's sleep?
Yeah, exactly what they did. And when it got and woke up that morning when they got lunch too, then breakfast.
You went and got breakfast.
Then tried to go back out there and they was turned around.
So last time, who turned them around?
They say what the Coast Guard and shit, wasn't it?
And they told them what they tell them to go do?
They told them to go on social media, right?
Hold on to that.
This motherfucker
You had
lied.
to call the cops and make them leave.
The cops came, you told them to leave, and then is there anything else that you addressed with the cops while they were there?
Yeah, so the cops were asking me why these people are at my house in the first place, and I told them straight up, we don't know where our friend is at. I don't know where my best friend's at. These people don't know where their friend's at. We're trying to figure it out, and they're basically assuming that we did something to our friend, which we didn't.
Who assumed y'all did something? Night one, who assumed y'all did something?
Self-incrimination.
And if you wasn't moving shitty, you wouldn't give a fuck about what they assumed.
That's it.
And he said, okay, just taking notes, and then remove them from there. Just taking notes, and then, he said, okay, just taking notes, and then.
Well, okay, buddy, don't worry about it. I'll get their near ass off your property.
What are you taking notes for?
In case they come back.
For the fourth time? Wow.
And remove them from there.
Do you think that this had anything to do with race at this point? Meaning that they approached you because of race, or they approached you because you were the last people with no.
So at this point, at this point, they just want answers. I don't think this was about race at this point. They're mad and furious, and they don't know what's going on.
But I also want to get this straight. Like, I know some of these people, and these people are like good people.
Yeah.
And I went to high school with these guys. Like, they know me and I know them, and they know my friends and they know them. This wasn't about race. They just knew for a fact that no one went on the boat with us. So they were worked up, and that's okay.
He didn't look at him. He ain't like that. He ain't like that. Why the fuck
What are y'all doing? Go off the script. Objection. My client straight from the jury. They should not be speaking right now.
I have not heard anybody, and I've been pretty closely on this, but I'm not going to say some things haven't slipped through the crack. I have not heard anybody say that they did anything to Nolan because he was black.
No. The shit been covered up because y'all are white and he's
The
black.
investigation, by the way, on the other hand, is very racist.
Mm-hmm.
I started off saying, in my heart of hearts, I don't feel these usual suspects intentionally did anything to Nolan. I think they have shitty guidance. I think the blind is leading the blind. I really think they have shitty guidance. Do I think they're racist? No.
They looking out for their own like they always do and always have.
Point blank, plain and simple. Because if it was a less fortunate person of their same ethnicity, they would have got the same treatment. Anybody that's not on the same level, economically, financially, materialistically, as they are, will get the same treatment. It's not about race. It's about the throne that they feel like they sit on.
Yep. Sense entitlement.
You got judges and doctors and shit.
Yep.
Lord forbid something happened to one of your family members, and Dr. Hudson is the doctor on call, but you didn't help bury his motherfucking grandson or son, and this motherfucker ain't finna do shit to save your person's life. Lord forbid you get a fucked up little bullshit ass misdemeanor case, but you got to get in front of Judge Cole. And something that you could have got a slap on the wrist for, you end up with 3, 4, 5 years. It's not the race. The investigation is very racist. But do I think these boys hurt Nolan out of racism? No.
No, I don't know.
But Officer House nigga want the world to think that.
And they were mad, but that wasn't handling things. That wasn't trying to help. You getting mad isn't helping anything. But instead of solving the problem and trying to figure out, hey, where is Nolan? They were just getting pissed off and not handling things the right way. And I mean, that's what happened.
You guys said you ended up going and looking for.
That was another cut. Did you catch?
No, I ain't catch that one.
That's what happened.
You guys said you ended up going and looking for Nolan the next morning, but you said you were thinking about doing it that night.
Yes.
And why didn't you do it that night?
So we already called the Coast Guard at this point. We didn't have access to a boat that was already in the water ready to go, other than one that I'm just not allowed to use at all. And I'll go other than one that I'm just not allowed to use at all. Or ready to go other than one that I'm just not allowed to use at all. And I was
My best friend, my motherfucking brother is missing.
Wow.
You can get on my ass about this boat another time.
But he wouldn't have needed to. His parents was there at that point. Say she hadn't came out.
No, Wyatt parents came out.
Oh, okay. See, they switch
Okay.
houses. Wow.
You had access to a boat, but you weren't allowed to use it.
But isn't he talking about two different boats?
Who?
Jax. And he's saying something was wrong with one boat, but the other boat he absolutely couldn't use. Go back a little bit.
He said that they didn't have a boat in the water at the time that they can use.
Oh, in the water. So okay.
we didn't have access to a boat that was already in the water ready to go, other than one that I'm just not allowed to use at all. And I was still this close to taking it out. I mean, I was right there.
So you guys go the next morning, you look for Nolan. Can you explain how did that happen? Who was looking for Nolan? Who was on the boat? Was it multiple boats? Was
Multiple
it one
boats.
boat? Okay, can you explain that? Who was out of this group? Who was on what boat, or who was on a boat or not, going out and looking for Nolan?
So me, Wyatt, and Trayson got in the boat. We got in the Palm Beach that morning, the morning after, and we rode out to the islands, and we were met by DMR. There was 7 DMR boats already out there, DMR and park rangers. We talked to them. We gave them all of our information. They personally asked if any of us were on the boat with him that day. We told them yes. They just said, all right, well, I mean, we got the area scoped out. And then after that, we just went up to the beach. I think we met up with y'all in the water.
I took my boat out with Jax.
Yeah.
A couple friends of mine, and then my.
He said, I think we met up. And then he hands it over to I can get my hands on these little motherfuckers, boy. Jesus.
Feet, elbows, and knees.
Mom and my stepdad and
they were
friends of mine, and then my mom and my stepdad. And
they were out there too.
No, he like Nolan. He got a stepdad too. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Go ahead,
Correct. And I just met Morgan and Wyatt and Trayson and his girlfriend out there. And we actually, like, when I rolled up, I parked up next to Morgan and everybody who was with him. And I was like, well, y'all can run around, or like, we all planned this out. Like, Morgan was going to run around the south side while we covered the north side. And we were just going to try to cover as much ground as possible. But I mean, there were so many DMR boats and helicopters and drones and everything else out there. I don't really know what an 18 and a 25-foot bay boat is really going to do. So, I mean, we sat out there, we went for a couple hours and we looked around and we searched, but we also don't fit the requirement that DMR has and the tools that DMR and United Cajun Navy and all these departments have to look for somebody. Like, I mean, we didn't put that much of a help out, but yes, of course, we went out there and looked for our friend. That's not a question.
Who else in the friend group was out there? Did you?
Oh, so they ain't get turned around this time. I'm fucking done. What?
I told you to hold on to it.
See Nolan's family? Did you see some of the other kids that showed up at your house? You see anybody else out there?
We did see
A couple other.
we met up with a coach that was previously Nolan's high school coach. We met up with him. They said that they had previously already been on the island. They walked a good bit down the island both ways, and they were just driving around the island like we were doing. And we eventually got off the island. We got on this rip current. It was going west out towards Ship Island and then back towards Biloxi. And we drove that for a couple miles. People were also looking on that too. There was multiple boats out there not associated with DMR with binoculars. There was people fishing the rip, and we asked them, like, they rode it all the way from Ocean Springs all the way out to Horn Island, and we were like, did you see anything, blah, blah, blah. Because, I mean, if a person is floating in the water, treading water, they are going to be most likely in the rip. And that all comes into play with the washing machine. I mean,
They sure do got a lot of information about how they were.
And that's what they thought was gonna motherfucking happen, and it didn't.
They thought they were gonna catch him in the race.
You explain the washing machine for me.
Horn Island and Ship Island, I mean, they come like this, and then there's no island right here, so it just tons of water flows through. The tide goes out. I mean, sometimes it gets pretty gnarly in there, and it creates this big old pool, basically.
Yeah.
And I mean, if someone was floating, treading water out in the water, that's where they would be. They could be hung up. They could grab onto a log and float with a piece of driftwood or something, or they could find a channel marker or buoy and grab onto that. So, I mean, there was just main keys that you search for, like when you're trying to search for a missing person that has to do with water. And
Sound like they done this shit before.
You know what? It's crazy you stopped at that moment and you said just that. I'm like, somebody need to do a study and see how many kids came up missing over there. Because you got to remember in the first interview too, they said, oh yeah, people die there all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, it's nothing for someone to walk off and drown. It happens all the time. That's what the little payment motherfucker said.
And it's like they just threw it to him like he's the expert.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody cutting them off or nothing.
But guess what? They weren't expert enough to know when they gave that woman that coordinates that she was gonna be able to figure out they was on the ground. On ground. That what the fuck they get, trying to be too motherfucking smart. No, I'm not on ground. We in 30 feet of water. No, man. That woman know exactly where you at, bro. Who in the fuck say there's a leak in the boat? Let's see him.
You say you want me to call the Coast Guard? No,
we don't need them. Nigga, you're sinking. No, you're right. You don't need them. Because Coast Guard gonna get there and see your ass on the motherfucking land still.
I mean, but when it's time to look for Nolan, Warren tells Miss Christine, he knows somebody that works at the Coast Guard. That's why he told her. She said he told her, well, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry. We'll find him. And she was like, how are you gonna tell me not to worry about my kid? And he told her, well, I know somebody that works for the Coast Guard. I'll call them and you just call the police.
Yeah. That motherfucker that Jerry talked to. I bet you do.
That's why I kept saying, and who did he work? Who did the captain work for?
Well, we know who he's working for under the goddamn table. The shit show.
I mean, it's either the island, the buoys, or the rip. And then after that, there's not really anything else you can do. Seriously.
And when did you guys communicate with law enforcement? Because the internet, I think, has this false information that you guys never contacted authorities and that Warren actually talked to me, or you guys talked to me first before you engaged. So when did you guys actually talk to law enforcement and give your statements to them?
So as soon as we got off the water from searching for Nolan,
which is on the day of the 5th?
Yeah, the 5th. As soon as we got off the water, I got a phone call. I believe he got a phone call too.
Yeah, I got a phone call while we were out there.
I got a phone call too as well.
So basically what it was saying.
There go another phone call on the water.
A phone call too.
Yeah, I got a phone call while we were out there.
I got a phone call too as well.
So basically what it was saying was, hey, take a few questions over the phone, answer the questions, and then they had a date for us to take a few questions over the phone, answer the questions. Hey, take a few questions over the phone, answer the questions, and then.
In what world?
Privilege. Privilege. And do they not count them MDR people as authorities? Because they say they asked the questions for them when they was out there. You don't consider them authorities? I think that is another term for game warden. Maybe they don't consider them authority.
Well, with Officer House nigga leading them. Let's hear about this scheduled time to go and talk to the police. Not come in for questioning immediately. Just answer a few questions over the phone for me, and then we can schedule a later date for you guys to come in.
Yeah, a survey. What the fuck?
And they had a date for us to come in for actual questioning.
Okay.
And mine was the 6th. There's like the next day or something like that. I think theirs was too.
I believe mine was the 7th. I would like to say, but not for sure. But
mine was around.
Regardless, like we all cooperated fully. It's not like we had something.
Yeah,
like
full
we were
cooperation from the start. Yeah, really.
100%.
And how deep did they go in this interview with you guys?
Oh, they asked.
All the way. I mean, they asked.
How long was the interview? Like, was it
an hour?
Over an hour. Hour and a half. I dotted every I, crossed every T. I told my friends, like, listen, go in there and like say every detail, like even what you like ate for breakfast that morning. It doesn't matter, everything you have, because like any.
When you say you dotting every T and crossing every T and dotting every I, what does that mean for you? Like for me, it means in preparation to make sure everything is to the T.
Yep. And he's directing it.
He's directing it. Them motherfuckers said, even tell them what you had for breakfast. Fuck they gotta do with the disappearance of Nolan.
No, I don't want to hear what you had for breakfast. I want to hear about all that underage motherfucking beer you was drinking.
Well, I don't want to hear about what you had for breakfast. I want to hear about who did you go meet that morning when you left Nolan behind.
Mama.
Or was it Demi Bart? Why can we get some surveillance to where he said he went that morning? Because he made sure to let us know that, and Nolan didn't go with me.
And there most definitely was plenty motherfucking cameras on.
Well, they wanted us to believe there weren't any cameras on Horn too, so
yeah.
Anything could help. You literally never know, and like it's what we all did. Like we all cooperated. We all wanted to help. We all did everything that we could to help. Regarding this situation, it's not like we just like.
I could say personally, I started my story from the night before.
Yeah, I started
whenever I got off work on Friday.
I started my story from last.
Their story.
Come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
5th of July, like she was like, all right, take me back to day one. And I was like, all right, I mean, we've been talking about this since the 5th of July last year. Like what we're gonna do, like how we're gonna make this better, how are we gonna make this funner? Like
as far as the investigation is concerned, did you guys give your phones over to investigators?
Yes, we gave our phones over freewillingly. It was our choice just to give our phones over, let them look through them, whatever they wanted to do, and got them back.
Because we have nothing to hide. We wanted to be fully transparent with, the sheriff's department, everybody else including the FBI, and
The FBI.
What he said.
Anything to do with justice, we wanted to help out, and that's what we did. We gave our phones up, and like Jack stated, we literally have nothing to hide. So.
Yeah, and everybody gave their phones to be forensically evaluated.
Huh?
That fake ass cough he just did.
Probably like, not me.
Mouth motherfucker. They ain't get my phone. Oh my God.
That's a not truthful sign when you're asked a serious question and you gotta grab a drink of water.
Yep.
Waited by the FBI.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So while on the topic of phones, did you guys have any access to Nolan's phone? Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone? What's your thoughts on Miss Christine saying things may have been deleted?
My thought is that's a blatant lie. I know for a fact that this is the thing. We have no reason to get on Nolan's phone. I have no reason to get on any of my friends' phones. If I had a reason to get on Nolan's phone, I wouldn't be able to get on it because I don't know Nolan's password. I don't know any of my friends' passwords. If I handed Jax my phone right now, he wouldn't be able to get on my phone. I have nothing.
I'd have him permanently locked out of that thing.
Correct. I have no idea how to get on Nolan's phone to delete anything. But in the first place, we have nothing to delete on Nolan's phone. Like, I don't know what because Nolan didn't take Snapchats that day. That means things were deleted.
He was just living in the moment.
We were just living in the moment, like every guy on the planet Earth does. I mean, like I'm not sitting here filming my whole day, and I get Nolan. Yeah, took a lot of pictures, but just because Nolan didn't take any pictures from July 3rd to July 4th doesn't mean.
And That doesn't mean suspicious. Okay.
A whole 24 hours, he didn't take nothing. So here's what I gotta say about that.
Oh my God.
Number one, how y'all know his mama not his Snapchat friend, and she didn't see some posts and then didn't see some posts?
Mm-hmm. That's what it kind of sound like to me while you bullshit.
And with Snapchat, when she said, well, didn't she say his Snapchat was gone?
I don't know. That's a good I think I heard her say nothing. So I don't know if that mean there was nothing inside the app itself or the app wasn't even there. I don't know
So
what that means.
with Snapchat, do you have Snapchat?
Yeah, I don't know be on it, but I'm familiar with it.
So with Snapchat, even the stuff from the past gonna still be there. Like it's just like your photo gallery in your phone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it actually stores stuff to your gallery, right?
It stores things. So
Yep.
if she's saying nothing was there, somebody had to touch it.
Yep. She
And
most
also,
definitely.
like I said, how we don't know that he had snapped something earlier that day or the night before and it was gone.
This shit
Because
go.
she said in her the interview I played of her first, she said Nolan taught her everything about social media.
Yep. And that's why
he got her into doing social media.
Mm-hmm. And also, sis, that's why Christine would not get them that phone on their own.
So did you hear her when she was talking about the salmon?
What'd she say?
So she said the night before, or no, the night that he went to Jack's house, we would have been the 3rd. She was at work, the day, the day. I don't know if it was night or day. She said she was at work and he kept, FaceTime her or whatever. And he was cooking salmon. And he kept asking her, like, is this a good season to use or what season to use? Something in that other nature. And she said when she got home, he was like, yeah, look at that. I did that. So in my mind, I'm thinking a young kid cooking like that, if you're going to show it off to your mom, you're going to show it off to your friends.
I agree.
Yeah, look what your boy just did. Yeah. And so there's a great possibility that could be what's missing.
Yep. Yep.
We deleted something. No, Nolan just didn't take any pictures, and that's perfectly fine. I have one video in my camera roll saved from the 4th of July.
So last question: is there anything
saved from the 4th of July?
So last question: is there
video in my camera roll saved from the 4th of July?
So last question: is there anything you got?
Boy, these people make somebody stupid, boy. Nobody asked you about what you had saved.
It's the cuts for me.
Yeah, he cut the shit out of that one too.
He cut the shit out of that one.
I want to say to the audience regarding this interview that wasn't covered, or something you just want to get off your chest?
I mean, Nolan was like a brother to all of us. We loved him dearly.
Yeah, Nolan was like a brother to us, and I can say without a doubt, nobody wants to.
Who y'all trying to make believe it? Us or y'all?
Them. And the ones that think like them.
Because the night of, when his dad came to your house to get his keys, his dad said, the first thing you said to him wasn't, hey, did you hear anything? You got any news? Did you find Nolan? No, he said the first thing you said to him was, Nolan was like a brother to me.
Yep.
This
Sorry.
night what? This is the night of the 4th of July. You already putting him in past tense?
Yep. Because they know what they hadn't done.
You ain't got no question about what's going on. Did you find out any information? So why do y'all act surprised that they reacted the way that they reacted? On top of y'all lawyering up and deleting your social media.
Including your mama.
Know what happened to him more than we do. I mean, we want to know what happened.
Nobody wants to know what happened to him more than we do. Fuck the lady that carried him in her womb and pushed him out.
Mm-hmm. And his stepdad that took care of him. Fuck them. His brothers, his siblings. Fuck them.
His siblings, his grandmama.
Yeah, fuck them.
What happened to him more than we do. I mean, we want to know what happened to our best friend more than anybody, and I promise you that.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who's like sat here and supported us through this horrible moment. I mean, we're still teenagers at the end of the day, and for the internet to come and people to come and accuse you of killing your best friend, it's a horrible thing. And I know Nolan wouldn't want this.
Oh, no.
And it's terrible that it's come to this, and it's terrible that it's come to a race battle. But I want everybody to know how much we appreciate the support, and that my friends and I literally sit there and pray for everybody who's sitting here and sending this hate on everybody. Like, my friends are really upset about this, and so am I. That like this has turned into this huge thing. So I just want people to know that we're praying for people. Our faith with the Lord's strong, and we're going to make it through this regardless of what people say about us.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing. Nolan is turning in his grave right now. This is the last thing he would ever want his friends to be going through.
Yeah,
like the absolute last. Like,
fuck his parents again.
Yeah, he wouldn't want his real friends to be going through that. And who is you're praying for people? You can't even say you're praying for his family. You can't say you're praying for his mother. You're praying for people. Wow.
He's gosh, he would not want any of this. He wouldn't want this publicity. The fact that we couldn't even go to our best friend's funeral because, one, we didn't want to take the attention away from him. I mean, that was his day. We didn't want to do that. And the fact that we couldn't even go to our best friend's funeral is horrible. That's something we got to live with.
The rest of our lives.
So you say you couldn't go. Can you explain that a little more? What were you told that you couldn't go, or was it something that you derived from the feedback that you've been getting from the family? What made you ultimately make the decision not to go to the funeral?
So it was a little bit of both. It was one. Well, at first we had our heads down. We're like, all right, we're gonna go. We want to go. This is the last time we ever get to see our best friend. We're gonna go. And then as soon as we made up our minds with that, everybody was like, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you are not. You are going to either get jumped, hurt, something bad's going to happen to you, go to that funeral. And then on top of that, they point out another fact that we're going to take the attention away from him, and that's the last thing we want to do.
Yeah, 100%. Like they both said, like Nolan's like a brother to us, and now me and all my friends have to live with. Imagine you were 19 years old and your best friend just died, and now the whole internet's accusing you of killing him. And on top of that, you can't go to his funeral and say your last goodbyes to one of your best friends. Because regardless, and Morgan and Jax feel the same way, and so does White, everybody else. I can speak on their behalf about this. Regardless about what the internet says about our relationships with Nolan, we know from the bottom of our heart who Nolan was to us and who we were to Nolan. And at the end of the day, I can say this confidently. We were Nolan's closest friends, and we were Nolan's best friends. And this isn't a competition. I know a bunch of guys that were best friends with Nolan too, like Javon and him. Javon and Nolan were like brothers too. But this isn't to take attention away from them. But this was a brotherhood. Like this was my brother, and for someone to take away in the interview.
All right, enough of the usual suspects. They done got on my fucking nerves. Got one more to run through. And this one might not have as many stops because we gonna let her do it.
Bombshell tonight in the Nolan Wells investigation. Tonight, the timeline seemingly blows up. This as Nolan's mother is investigated. Why? And tonight, possibly even more important, where is Nolan's phone? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. The truth about what happened to Nolan Wells.
Bertram Vogt was Nolan Wells.
I'm on the side of finding out why.
I just want to get
I don't think they've cooperated at all. They do not have Nolan's phone. They haven't had access to Nolan's phone. The Jackson County Sheriff's Department hasn't. So how can you say that there's text missing or there's photographs missing? Our boys had no reason to do anything with Nolan's phone other than give it back to Christine and her friends later that night. So anything about missing text messages or Snapchats is completely false.
Big question. That is Tyler Cox representing the so-called friends of Nolan on Horn Island. And if he's claiming that no one see the phone, how does he know that something's not missing? So that's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Let's hear that one more time from our friend Dan Abrams.
I don't think they've cooperated at all. They do not have. So how can you say reason to do anything with Nolan's phone other than give it that night? So anything about missing text messages or Snapchats is completely false.
That's a veteran trial lawyer. That is Tyler Cox. He is representing the young men that were on the boat that took Nolan to Horn Island and came back without Nolan, according to them. Joining me in all-star panel, I'm not saying Cox is right or wrong, but what I am saying out to Brandon Tatum. Tatum, former police officer, Tucson, star of The Officer Tatum on YouTube. He has interviewed Nolan's acquaintances that were on the boat that day. Officer Tatum, thank you for being with us. Let me talk about this one moment. We've got so much to get to. I'm going to try to be brief. Tyler Cox stating, I don't think they cooperated at all. I think he's talking about Nolan's family. They, I guess, the sheriff's office haven't had access to Nolan's phone. Well, can't they subpoena that? It's called a subpoena ducis tecum. You're familiar with those. You've testified in court. A subpoena ducis tecum is, we hear about subpoenas for testimony. I've been subpoenaed. Yes, go to court and tell the truth. A subpoena ducis tecum is for an item, an object, a document. The sheriff can give out a subpoena ducis tecum or get a warrant for an object. So you don't have it? Fine, get it. Next. So how can you say I'm quoting, how can you say there's no text message or photo as a text message or photos missing? Our boys had no reason to do anything with Nolan's phone other than give it back. So seeing anything about missing text or Snapchats completely false. Well, according to the mom, Officer Tatum, she says that there was nothing sent out while Nolan was at Horn Island, which she found very odd. I have no reason to disbelieve her. So how can you say there were missing or there weren't missing? I don't think you can say it either way. Why don't they just get a search warrant and go get the phone? You know what? Forget all that. Officer Tatum, where is Nolan's phone? Do authorities have it?
Well, from my understanding, authorities do not have it, and the family have not been cooperating with authorities to give the phone over. According to the testimony or written statement from the lawyer that represents the family, the Nolan Wells family, he had made mention that he's prepared to cooperate, but they have not cooperated yet, which is very interesting to me. You want to find out what happened to your son. You would think you will be doing everything you can to cooperate. I can't judge her. I don't know what's in their mind, but it just seems to be very off-putting for them not to at least give the phone over and do what exactly they told the world they were going to do, and that is to allow a forensic extraction of his phone. Therefore, the world can see if there is things that have been deleted. I think Tyler Cox is very clear.
First of all, that's not what they told the world. What they told the world was they can collectively come up with a date and a time, and their specialists, along with the police department specialists, can go through the phone together. See, he picks and chooses what he wants to address.
Yep. About what he's saying, that the boys had nothing to do with it. So if there's anything missing from the phone, it had nothing to do with them. Now, I'll add this.
Did you catch it?
Yep. If that
Had nothing to do with it. So if there's anything missing from the phone, it had nothing to do with them. Now, saying that the boys had nothing to do with it. So if there's anything missing from the phone, it had nothing to do with them. Now,
yep. Nope. It was them damn parents. Goddamn right it wasn't them.
I'll add this. When you look at what Christine said.
Brandon, whoa, bit. I'm going to go right back to what you're saying, but you're saying a lot, and I want to address each thing so we don't leave anything out. Number one, you just stated that, basically. Correct me, you can paraphrase this any way you want to. It looks really bad for Nolan's family not to hand over the phone. Do you have any independent knowledge they have not handed over the phone?
According to their lawyer that wrote a statement, and the statement was, we're prepared to cooperate, but that was as of the 11th. Therefore, they have not cooperated. Tyler Cox has made mention that he don't believe they cooperated whatsoever. He don't believe they cooperated whatsoever as well. So
extrapolating, you're taking their words, Tatum, that their words that they're prepared to cooperate to mean they haven't handed over the phone. Isn't that true?
I'm putting everything together, right? We have Tyler Cox that's coming out and saying that he has no indication whatsoever they've cooperated. The family has not come out and said that there's any findings. And then,
but there's no proof. He's saying he has no indication. But again, they clearly said, you get your people, we'll get our people. Let's meet at the round table. So if we're going to say that they're not cooperating, then we also have to say that the state is not cooperating.
Yep.
And if you're going to say that about the phone, then say the same thing about the autopsy.
Yep.
Because the state was also supposed to get together with a agreement of a time and a date to go over the autopsy with the family.
And yet
we haven't heard anything about that. So are we to assume that hasn't happened? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. The same thing you're saying about the phone goes for the autopsy. Officer House, nigga.
And also, if the police wanted that phone that bad,
they would have got it.
And they can do a subpoena and do a damn extraction without the fucking phone. Come on, man.
They're not gonna subpoena their phone, because if they subpoena their phone, they're gonna open the door.
Yep.
To a subpoena so much more from the boys. Now you're telling us that you've given over your phone. You've telling us that the sheriff department went through your phone. You're telling us that the FBI went through your phone. We don't know that to be true.
Nope.
Just like Nancy is saying, you don't know it to be true whether or not they've handed over Nolan's phone.
Nope.
You say tomato, I say tomato. Officer House nigga with them tight ass headphones on your head.
Yeah, nigga like a reject DJ Academic.
Damn. Oh my God. Don't do that no more.
Also, the attorney that represents the family is saying that we haven't sent or gave the phone over, but we're willing to. And that was as of the 11th. So it appears that there's no indication that.
Brandon, you may very well be a lot smarter than me, but I can hear. Okay. The statement was we're prepared to cooperate, I guess, from Crump. That does
I'm not
not
sure if it
mean
was.
we have not handed over the phone, but we will.
Well, Nancy, when you put it all, you have to put the totality of circumstance together. I'm not there to be in the room with the investigators to determine, but I'm just going off of what knowledge we have and that's been given to us that's available. And what Tyler Cox is saying, and I'm taking him at his word, he's saying that there's no indication that they've cooperated. The lawyers that represent the family is saying we're prepared, but they did not say that they cooperated whatsoever. So I'm looking at the statements that are produced, and all of the statements indicate that there has not been a cooperation with the phone being extracted from investigators. Therefore, there is no true determination that things were missing from the phone. Well, I mean, we have no other. We have no other.
All I
we
can
have
tell
nothing
from that
else to
statement
go
is
off
we're
of.
prepared to cooperate. For all I know, that means we'll come in for questioning. We'll let you search his belongings. It
Nancy,
can mean
it's been-
anything. That does not equal we have not handed over the phone. But hey, you know what?
Nancy, it's been weeks.
You say tomato, I say tomato, because
oh damn, I did
it
not know
kind of
she was
doesn't
gonna say
matter.
that.
And I'll tell you why it doesn't matter. Actually, I'll let an expert tell us why it doesn't matter. To Heather Barnhart joining us, digital forensics expert with Celebrite. We learned all about Celebrite during the Alex Murdaugh trial. That's how we got everything off of his dead, murdered son's phone. And the SANS Institute, SANS. She is one of the preeminent digital forensic experts in the country. She helped crack the Brian Kohberger case, and she is co-author of Practical Mobile Forensics, now in its 4th edition. That means that many people have used it. Heather, thank you for being with us. If the
Thank you for
phone,
having me.
I don't care where it is. Okay, actually, I do care where it is. I want to know that it's been handed over. I don't have to have the phone to know what's on the phone if it's in the cloud. It looks like.
Yeah, that's what you just said, ain't it?
Yep, I know oh so well. You ain't gotta have that motherfucker phone.
I often say this Negro don't want to sleep.
No, I'm over here eating. I ain't want to be eating in your ear.
I'm gonna play a little bit more of this and shit. I act like I ain't gotta be at work at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna play a little bit more.
All right.
So tomorrow, probably finish this off and then pick up on 3. Because I gotta do a 3 update.
Let's do it. I'm with it.
Like an iPhone to me. So my argument with Officer Tatum is academic. It doesn't matter if I can get it from the cloud.
It's academic, and you just said he looked like academics. I'm sleepy because that was too funny to me.
So Nolan's phone missing. So what? I can download it. I can get it.
Data will exist in the cloud if he's syncing to iCloud and third-party applications. However, having physical access to the phone is where the databases exist that will have the truth on deletion. So you really need to get a full file system extraction of his phone as quickly as possible. So if it's not handed over to authorities now, it needs to be, because this was over a month ago now.
Do you have to have the phone to do the extraction? What about the cloud?
Cloud data is different, and there's a lot of information there. There could be unique information in the cloud that's been removed from the phone, if anything.
They won't give a yes or no. Answer the question. Yes, you can.
They gonna fuck around and piss Nancy ass off in a minute. I can feel it coming.
Was removed, but it's best to have both cloud and the phone to paint the entire pattern of behavior and to see the truth.
Heather Barnhart, please don't move. Back to Officer Tatum joining us. Tatum, obviously, we want the phone. I think you can download it from the cloud, but she's the expert. She's saying it would help to have the phone. So don't you understand why? And I'm not saying this is true. I don't know that it's true. I don't know that that CETO call is real or fake. I don't know. It's murky. You know, Tatum, when I would try cases, especially complicated cases, I would start out the trial with a big jar full of water and silt. And I had it sitting big on my counsel table day one, right beside my Bible. And in closing arguments, the first thing I would do when I started closing arguments, I'd take that jar and shake it, and it would get very murky. You couldn't see anything. And I'd sit it down on my counsel table, and argument would commence. And by the time I had gone through all the evidence, I'd go over to my table, pick it up, and say, see, it's not muddy anymore. It's crystal clear what happened.
Oh, damn.
My point is, we don't know. So all the haters attacking you, attacking me, attacking the cops, attacking the friends, attacking Nolan's mother, for Pete's sake. We don't know. It's unjustified. Now, to my question. Don't you understand why people are suspicious? Because Nolan's separated from his phone, which no teen does. I get it. Why he didn't have it in the water. I get that. I dive, I swim. I just went swimming with the dolphins with my twins. And yes, my phone was on the boat. But then I got it. I didn't let the boat take off without it. So at least you can admit that's why people are curious. I'm curious.
Nancy, I think it's because people are out putting out misinformation, and they don't have the totality of circumstances because they haven't heard from the boys, didn't watch the interview and all of this stuff, and they feel that it's convoluted. It's very straightforward to me and very clear in many areas that the boys are saying they did not have access. Christine, Nolan's mother, is not saying unequivocally that things were deleted. She was surprised that things were not present. Therefore, she insinuated that things may have been deleted. But she did not really say that the phone was deleted. And the fact that they did not communicate with both sides, meaning that I wish that the Nolan Wells family would have communicated with these boys instead of me, would have talked to their lawyers instead of me, then therefore they could have gotten a good perspective. The boys made mention in the interview.
Fuck all of that. Y'all gave these folks the fucking runaround. And then y'all instantly lawyered the fuck up and deactivated your social media pages. I'm not finna fucking beg to talk to you. Fuck you. You already showed me where you stand.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
Now he constantly want to keep talking about why not talk to the boys? Why not talk to the attorneys? Why not talk? Why they got attorneys?
To not talk. Well, yeah,
why
still
have they been mucky since the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
And he wants to keep blaming Crump. But I played it in the order that I played it to show the suspicion was on the table before Crump even got involved.
From day one. From
the first millisecond when you called this woman to tell her fucking son was missing.
Yep. And that sheriff got there and said that there was no foul play. How you know? You didn't know autopsy.
How the fuck? The rightful thing to say, a body has been discovered on Horn Island today, believed to be the body of missing 18-year-old Nolan Wells.
Mm-hmm.
This is an ongoing investigation.
That's it. That's all. We wouldn't be saying the shit we saying if you had worded just like that. Which actually his job to do, to say it just like that.
You know what I'm saying? Point blank, period. And if you little piss ants hadn't sat there and watched that woman call her son phone and then call her to concoct this fucking story, and then when his dad get there, the first thing you say is Nolan was like a brother to me, and you're not asking about any updates regarding your brother, your best friend.
No, because they knew he was already gone. He was already deleted.
So why are they acting so surprised? Is what that's my thing.
It's
Even
just
with
like,
this weak ass nigga on the fucking screen.
yeah, it just when injustice happened, they think, see, you know, every now and then a case will catch. It'll catch Ben Crump attention. It'll go viral on social media, but most of the time they get away with shit. So they're treating it as such.
The whole world sat up there and watched the Menendez brothers murder their parents and denied it and denied it and denied it.
Yep.
So we're supposed to sit back and think because they're calling Nolan their brother that it's just impossible to do a thing like this?
No. I've seen enough interrogations in my life where motherfuckers then deleted they wife, their husband, the kids, and sit right there and say they're innocent to the fucking day with all kind of overwhelming evidence against them.
What's the girl name that took her baby's life? Put that baby in the trunk, went out partying and all type of shit, and reported the baby missing and cried and every goddamn thing else.
Yeah, that's what I understand. I understand why people don't be tapped into the real world. It's like they look at this shit like case by case, and they say, "Well, if they did it, they wouldn't be doing interviews." What?
No, that's dumb as hell.
Like,
and even with this house Negro right here, even if he say, well, I can understand the suspicion, but I don't know, just being around these boys, I just don't see it. But I can understand where Christine is coming from. Like, no, you won't. You just flat out, they lying on them. These boys are innocent.
He's trying to support and appease to his right wing supporters, and him and that lawyer got the same sponsorship. It's a liquor called Vanderbilt.
Their verdict bottom.
Yep. Yep. That's what it's all about, man. It's about them protecting their own.
Right, I'm gonna tell you what I told somebody. I think it was yesterday. You catch your ass in one of these sundown towns at the wrong time. You on a road trip or some shit like that, and you think you could pull over to take a piss, and you walk your ass into one of the motherfucking meetings that's going on, and they drag your ass up to the Grand Wizard.
Yep.
And snatch that motherfucking hood off that Grand Wizard head. You better not be fucking surprised if you see Officer House, nigga.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Dave Chappelle pointed that out through comedy a long time ago. That's why they canceled it.
I never knew that.
Yep. That skit right there. Whew. Whew. Yep. Too much for him.
Cause all skin folk ain't
kinfolk. I don't know how some people sleep at night, man.
Oh, don't bring your ass back in here now. We finna go. You're gonna have to share it out and catch the replay. Yeah. We back at it tomorrow though. I just can't take him no more tonight.
Nah, yeah, I done had enough anyway. You know what I got going on anyway. So let me get to it.
Yeah, I can't take him no more tonight. But we will be thank you. We will be back at it tomorrow. Might cover a little bit more of this, might not, but we definitely gonna cover some more 3. Guess you can call us the new breakdown team around these parts.
Breaking it all the way down.
Break
Make
it
sure y'all
down.
replay this, man. Make sure y'all replay it. For real, for real. Boy, I'm done. I just saw some shit. I'm fucking done. Good night, sis.
Ooh, it's a lot. Good night. Thank you for coming through.
All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. Great live again.
Thank you. Yeah, breakdown, breakdown. Yeah, it's so many. It was so many things that we were able to, debunk like right in the middle of the interview. Bro told me last time, he said it take a bad motherfucker to take a 45-minute interview and do a 4-5 hour live. Because people just want to run through it and grab the hot spots, and it's more to it than just the hot spots. It's more to it. They're telling the story. You just got to know how to decode it. And I'm not saying that we're 100% right and everything that we're saying is what it is. But what I am saying is, and I say it again and again and again, I do not believe those young men did anything to Nolan because of race. In my heart of hearts, I don't think they did anything to Nolan intentionally. But I wholeheartedly do believe that the investigation is very biased. Very, very biased. Now, what I did say was that, yes, the investigation is racist, but it's also Semitic as well, because I believe if someone of their same race that was less fortunate than they are, because they feel like they're the top dogs and they sit high on the throne, that they would have gotten treated in the same way as well. Major shout out to Miss Christine. I've met some strong women in my life, and she is very much one of them. I like when she said that they keep throwing things at her. They're attacking her job and things like that, but it's not going to stop her. And all she wants to know is what happened to her kid. And I can understand that wholeheartedly. To Officer House nigga, just keep giving us shit to break down. That's all I gotta say about that. And this is Memphis Speaks, formerly Tennessee Talks. I am your girl, lovely Angela, the biggest. If you caught it live or if you caught it on a replay, I very much, very much, very much, very much appreciate you. And we'll be back up and rolling again tomorrow.